Call the meeting to order. Let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, you can do the invocation.
Good evening. Hey, please join me in prayer this evening. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for another beautiful day in the Ozarks, for the start of our tourism season, for the narrowing down of COVID and people returning here to our community. Father, we thank you for being present in this chambers tonight. We bring this agenda before you as decisions are made, discussions are had, that everything will be done to your honor and glory. Father, we also thank you for the firefighters being recognized tonight, also Officer Donovan, for their service to our community, along with about 200 plus other employees that work every day for our citizens and our visitors. Lord, thanks for this board for their time tonight and their service as well. Father, we love you and praise you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Denham. Here. Gaines.
Here.
Cooper.
Here.
Milton.
Here.
Benton.
Here.
Whitus.
Here.
C. Here. Your Honor, you have a quorum.
So for our employee of the month, is that Jeff? You can call him down. Jeff's going headed down, yep. Oh, I need to call down to the front, please. Captain Clark Bogle, Engineer Brian Rinke, Firefighter Christian Sally, and Firefighter Truman Huss.
It's Hosiner.
Oh.
Gotcha. Okay. It is my privilege to announce that the City of Branson Service and Excellent Employee of the Month Award for May 2021 is going to Captain Clark Bogle. And then we have Brian Rinke, who's not here, I think. And then we have Christian Sally and firefighter Truman Hosiner. This award is to recognize employees who have gone above and beyond and whose performance exemplifies the City of Branson's values. Earlier this year, these men took care of a Vietnam veteran at a local motel who was in the middle of a stressful situation. So what actually was going on there?
So we got called there for a medical emergency and got there, and he had fallen in the tub. He was trying to get up and grab the water spout, and water sprayed all over him. Ran until management found him like 3 hours later.
Gotcha.
They got the water shut down, and we got there, and it soaked all of his belongings. That was all of his belongings were there that he owns. So he needed some clothes, he needed a place to stay because he was being evicted for that, and so we started calling places.
Gotcha. So it says you guys could have just left, did your job, got him out in the shower, and instead you guys did more. So anything else that you guys did for him?
Got him dressed and got his wet clothes up, taken care of.
Gotcha. Okay, so on behalf of the mayor, the board of aldermen, city administrator, and staff, it is my honor to announce the group of cities of Branson's May 21 Service and Excellence Award for the employees of the month. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, gentlemen, very much. Branson's finest. Well, firefighters. Police would take exception to that. I
Yeah,
think.
don't start a fire.
No.
Chief Matthews will now provide the introduction for the recognition of Daryl Donathan of the Police Department for receiving the Missouri Local Government Hero Award for Missouri Loggers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. It's my pleasure tonight to introduce to you the Executive Director of the Missouri Loggers Group, Mr. Robert Wilson, and his presentation.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. As the Chief said, I'm Robert Wilson. I'm the Executive Director of the Missouri Local Government Employees Retirement System. As you may know, the Missouri Loggers Retirement System provides retirement, survivor, and disability benefits for the city's employees. And not only do we do that and provide the benefits in those programs, but we exist to be an effective tool for this community and all the communities across the state to attract and retain the absolute best people you can to provide the best service you can for your citizens. The Missouri Local Government Hero Award was created to celebrate the outstanding work that all local government employees do within their communities, and especially recognize those who go above and beyond the call and service. Each year, we solicit nominations for this award from our membership of over 35,000 active members and over 800 different loggers employers. Daryl Donathan, Community Resource Officer with the City of Branson, was nominated and selected as one of our 3 finalists from across the state. He was named the winner of the 2020 Local Government Hero Award at the Loggers Annual Meeting this last October. As a 2020 Local Government Hero, Daryl received a $1,000 donation to the charity of his choice, sponsored by the Loggers Actuary GRS Consulting. Daryl selected the Branson STEP program, the Summer Teen Engagement Program. Just a comment from the nominator for Daryl. Daryl is very deserving of the award because of his outstanding community service commitment, especially to Branson area youth. He embodies the values of service, integrity, and accountability, and is a key member of many of the achievements of the Branson Police Department. Our nominating committee at Loggers was impressed by the dedication, commitment, leadership, and passion that Officer Donathan demonstrated, specifically in working with the community youth. It is Loggers' absolute honor to present Daryl and the city with the picture of Daryl receiving that award as a 2020 Local Government Hero. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. You want to share a few words?
Oh, yes.
So I really appreciate you coming out here. It was a pleasure and an honor to be awarded this last year, especially looking at so many worthy employees, not only in our own city, but the state entirely. To be placed in the category with all those men and women that are doing a wonderful job, it was an honor. And getting to attend a meeting last fall, to receive the award at that date, as well as get to know and spend some time with some of the folks at Loggers to see what they're doing. I got to learn a little bit what they're doing for us, and you guys are doing a great job. And to take the time out of your busy schedule and your responsibilities and duties to honor employees every year is wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer Jonathan. Okay, we're now into the public comment section of the meeting. At this time, the board will hear citizens who have signed up in the order they are listed. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Our first speaker tonight is Gary Groman, 35 South Wildwood, Branson, speed limit on Fall Creek Road.
He's not violating the speed limit now.
I'm sure to nobody's surprise, I am confused. I'm going to leave here tonight. I'm going to go out to 76 and drive the speed limit, which I believe is 35 miles an hour, all the way up to the junction of Fall Creek Road. I'm going to make that left turn onto Fall Creek Road, and not 50 feet ahead, I'm going to see a sign that says 45 miles an hour. Assuming I didn't know what was ahead of me, I'm going up to 45 miles an hour. And about 50 feet beyond that is the exit from the Legends of Concert and one of my favorite places, Bert's Donuts. And you've got the egress place coming out of the park up there where people are coming across up there. And that's all right. I mean, I know to slow down. At my age, I hope I can remember to slow down. But anyway, I start down that hill, and I'm going my 45 miles an hour, and I come around that hill, and there's that turn where people are coming out of Frank Ray Drive. And I go down a total of 0.8 of a mile approximately from the junction of Fall Creek Road and 76 till I hit 35 miles an hour speed limit, which is the speed limit for the rest of Fall Creek Road. And what I'm confused about is, what is the safety advantage or the logic for going to 45 miles an hour for that little stretch of land, for that little stretch of road, when you've got those exits right there and everything else? Is there, I don't expect, I'm just saying, that's why I'm confused. Why 45 miles an hour there and nowhere else on the rest of Fall Creek Road? And particularly with those entrances there and that blind road coming out right after the curve going downhill. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Gary. I'm sure that's something we can look into. We will. Madam Clerk, any more speakers?
Yes, our next speaker is Amber French, and she's speaking on mental health concerns for the community.
Hello. Hi. We are in Zone 6B in the gardening community, and I'm concerned for the amount of alcohol stores we have in comparison to the amount of community gardens and community projects we can get to and grounding. I know we have a lot of like open public parks and things, but I'm thinking of community gardens because there's a lot of proof and scientific and government research from a lot of places that confirm that we need to be gardening more. And if we could plant trees now even, or get that started, we could have homegrown apples and oranges and grapes and all those things in approximately 5 to 7 years. And I think that would be really good for our community. It would also help with mental health because grounding and earthing is extremely beneficial. Touching the earth with your feet and with your hands. Gardening, going outside and doing that with your bare feet, it will help with mental health problems. You know, we have a lot of that going on in this town. I'm very concerned. I am an ordained minister. And I was teaching Sunday school for 8 years. I'm concerned for the veterans. I'm concerned for the children. I'm concerned for the adults, for the people who are addicted to alcohol, which I used to be, and I used to be addicted to cigarettes. All of that with combining with gardening and touching the soil and yoga and the Bible, the Holy Scripture. You can heal your mind, you can heal your central nervous system, and that's possible. And I believe that's a part of the new heaven and the new earth that we can find in Revelation 21 and in Isaiah 43. I feel like I need to say this today. I don't really know why I'm here, honestly. I just feel like I have to be here and I have to say something, and I've already extinguished all of my other options, and this is I read in the Bible in Ecclesiastes 10:15 that, the foolish go around and they basically make everybody worried and scared, but because they don't know how to go to the city. And so that's what I'm doing. I'm going to the city. We're in Zone 6B, and we can do a lot of gardening. We have proof. We've got pictures right here. It's like one of the best places we can it's great. Sunshine, we've got air, we've got the earth, we've got everything we need. And so I just think it's a really good idea, and I'm planting a seed. Thank you.
Amber, before you go.
Yeah.
What recommendations would you make for us to follow that?
Okay, there is Fall Creek, there's a place there, I'm not sure, but it's tax-free land. I saw a sign, I'm not really sure exactly what it's about, but potentially that might be something. I also have permaculture ideas. In Australia, they have in their government of Western Australia, they have an entire primary industries and regional development entire plan. I thought maybe that could do something because permaculture is permanent agriculture, and that could start something revolutionary, not just small town, but I'm thinking small town because I really care about this community.
Would you be willing to be on a committee and help us do that?
1,000%.
1,000. Why don't you make sure we have your contact information, and I'll personally follow up with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amber.
Absolutely.
Thanks for sharing.
God bless.
Mayor, it
Yes.
had been real nice if years ago, the city would not have cut down all of the apple trees and the pear trees that were down at Stockstill Parks years ago. That place was a thriving garden at one time down there. But that was 20 years ago, and they cut them all down.
Well, Amber's going to put them back. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
We have one more speaker, Robert Wakup. Sorry if that's not right, and he's at 236 Coronado Drive, Branson.
Thank you. I was putting my address in and the kiosk went blank. Howdy, everybody, and thanks for having me here and allowing me to speak. I first wanted to give a hearty thank you for more than are here tonight, the government of Branson and Taney County and the whole area. I've been coming to Branson since 1972. I recognize it as a wonderful place to live. I've lived here since 2007. I've seen it grow 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times, but we have something here which I value greatly. The government is made up out of our neighbors, and our neighbors are representing the city and the county and things very well. When you call them up on the phone like I did today, 9 days behind on renewing my business license at $7.50 a day, that amounts to a 150% penalty. My first words when I went up to pay were, "Can you give me some leniency?" She said, "Yes." I paid my regular fee, 9 days late. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. I've run a good business for 14 years here in town, and I wanted to say thank you for the policemen, the firemen, the postal workers, the government, the county, everybody who I can, for the manner that we have here. We are the envy, or should be the envy, of the rest of the country as far as I'm concerned, because of our neighbors are the government, and they're treating us well. So with that said, I do have a suggestion. Good business being done, there is a letter sent out a month in advance. Your business license is going to renew by, in a month. Good business. Then, after it's expired, you get another letter saying it's expired. That's all fair and good, but a lot of us now are living by these things. Could we include, with the warnings, a computer-generated phone call? Because I will probably pick up on this before I pick up a letter. And sometimes my letters wait 4 or 5 days in a pile before I open them. That's my fault. With that mentioned, $7.50 a day for a penalty can be a bit much for someone in small business like me. Could it be like Taney County does, a 5% per month? So it would have been somewhere around $90 penalty for a $9 9-day or 10-day lapse in my business license. With that said, I just have one more thing, and I'm not using too much time. Let us never back down as a city, as a country, as a community from the traditional American values that have made the country great. Let us never be embarrassed to say that we serve God, that we love Jesus Christ and will follow his example. And let's set an example for the world in that, and let's invite them here. I once worked for the Department of Social Services teaching GED in a lockdown facility for juvenile delinquents. During that time, we had people come from Hawaii, from all over the country, Nebraska, California, and they were checking out the program that we had because it worked. Branson is working. Let's preserve the momentum of Branson by inviting other people and teaching them how we can do things here. Thanks for hearing me out.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I have a note. We have a speaker online.
For item 3.
It is a note that says for item 3.
That's all of our speakers tonight for public comment.
Thank you. Okay, next is the consent agenda. Are there any items that any member of the audience would like to have moved down from the consent agenda to ask additional questions or comments?
Greeting, Board. I would like to have the Bill 5982 brought down to the regular agenda. Sean Martinez, 271 Lenhart Drive.
Thank you, Sean. Anyone else? Any members of the board? So,
Your Honor, the items on the consent agenda are as follows. Approval of the Board of Aldermen minutes for the April 27th, 2021 regular meeting. Final reading of the Bill number 5981, an ordinance approving annexation of the property located at 631 Shady Drive, Branson, Missouri. Final reading of Bill number 5983, an ordinance approving the contract with Connell Insurance Incorporated for property liability and workers' compensation insurance premiums and authorize the mayor to execute the contract. Final reading of Bill number 5984, an ordinance amending the adopted 2021 budget for the city of Branson to adjust monies for additional expense and transfer from the police forfeiture fund into the public safety police fund. Final reading of Bill number 5985, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 3, Division 2, Section 2-136 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to dealing with employees by board or mayor. Your Honor, that concludes the reading of the consent agenda. The floor is open for a motion approving all items on the consent agenda. Sorry. That's wrong. Hold on, please. Thank you.
here you go, Jamie. We have a motion and a second. Please vote on the consent agenda.
It passes 6-0. Thank you.
So we move on to item 3 from the consent agenda.
Your Honor, the next item is the final reading of Bill number 5982, an ordinance approving a zoning change from agricultural A to high-density residential HDR for the properties located at 121 Lenhart Lane, Branson, Missouri. The floor is open for a motion to approve the final reading of Bill number 5982.
So we'll need a motion and a second. Good job. We have a motion and a second. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak regarding this matter?
Your Honor, if I may, I have a petition to read into the record.
Oh, yes, please.
Thank you. This petition was received on May 7th, 2021. It's in regards to application to rezone lots 1 and 2 of Friendly Hills subdivision, Bill number 5982, protest petition. The undersigned and acknowledged residents of the Friendly Hills subdivision hereby submit this protest petition pursuant to 89.060 RSMO, informing the Board of Aldermen of the City of Branson of their objections to the application to rezone lots 1 and 2 in the Friendly Hills subdivision to high-density residential, which is the subject of Bill number 5982. Deborah Gay Robinson owns lots 18, 19, and 20 in the Friendly Hills subdivision. Deborah's property forms the complete northern boundary lots of 1 and 2. Wayne Drummond and Gail Drummond own lots 16 and 17 in the Friendly Hills subdivision. The Drummond's property forms the complete western boundary of lots 1 and 2. Mark Kirby and Elizabeth Kirby own lot 3 in the Friendly Hills subdivision. The Kirby's property forms the complete southern boundary of lots 1 and 2. The properties of Deborah Robinson, the Drummonds, and the Kirbys form more than 30% of the land within 180 feet of lots 1 and 2, which for purposes of 89.060 RSMO are the district proposed to be changed. By reason of this protest petition, no amendment of the zoning designation of lots 1 and 2 to high-density residential may occur within a 2/3 affirmative vote of the legislative body of the city of Branson. Pursuant to 79.120 RSMO, Mayor Larry Milton is a member of the legislative body of the city of Branson in that the mayor shall have a seat and preside over the board of aldermen. Accordingly, the requirement of 2/3 vote to amend the zoning of lots 1 and 2 to high-density residential becomes 5 affirmative votes. Acknowledgement of the owner of Lot 3, Mark Kirby, owner of Lot 3 in Friendly Hills subdivision. The signature has been notarized. Signature of Elizabeth Ann Kirby has been notarized. The signature of Robert Wayne Drummond has been notarized. The signature of Gail Drummond has been notarized. And the signature of Deborah Gay Robinson has been notarized. Your Honor, that is the end of the document as to be read into the record.
Thank you. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this? Go ahead. Please state your name and address.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I'm Todd Drummond. I'm the son of Gail and Wayne Drummond, who have the property adjacent to that was just read out in the petition. I came here from Washington, D.C. area to be here for this event because I wanted to encourage you all to support the community, support the homeowners associations, support their covenants, and respect their rights. And I really think it's important that we consider the implications for the bigger picture here. When people want to come and buy property in Branson, it's important that they know that the covenants that the homeowners association has will apply. If you buy property and then every 2 years, every 3 years, and don't get me wrong, we're not against development. Everyone in Branson is for development. And the particular properties under question are actually quite nice properties, and I think they're going to do really well. Wouldn't be against staying there myself sometime with family and friends. But the idea that homeowners associations now are going to have to compromise every time there's a new developer that wants to invest, I find that very troubling. Unfortunately, right now I live in a community where there are no rules. Northern Virginia is a mess, and I think if all of you watch the news nationally, you know what's going on there. Crime's out of control. There's no respect for law enforcement. It's just a place people are leaving due to COVID-19. They can work from home. I've had people ask me, hey, Todd, your parents live in Branson. Is that a good place to live? Because we could move out there. We could work from home, and we hear it's a community with values. What do you think about that? And because I've been coming here off and on for 30 years, I would have always said, of course it's a great idea. We love Branson. We love the opportunities. We love the theater. My grandparents came here for 50 years. My parents have been coming here for 35 years before they bought property. We love it. We love to fish. We love the outdoors. But most importantly, the values of the people there. That's very important to us. I don't want this area to turn into what some other parts of this country are turning into right now. And if homeowners are, when you go to buy a property, you need to know that those covenants, now I understand that a homeowners association, that's not the law, but it's a covenant. When you make a real estate decision, come to find out, next week they're going to put up, all these, right next door to me where I have a really nice space, they're going to put up all these developments with, all that goes along with that, good and bad. The rules of the game don't change. And there's a lot of homeowners associations around. This isn't the only one. There's a lot in the city and there's elsewhere. I think it's right now, I would really encourage you to consider that so many people want to come to places like Branson. They are leaving other places, and they are because they want to go where there are values and respect for individual property rights. Unfortunately, there's a lot of places that I know where I come from. Unfortunately, it's changing, and it's unfortunate. I don't want to talk about politics here, but if anybody who's paying attention to what's going on probably knows what's happening. This is a great community, and I worry that my friends who ask me next time, hey, should I consider Branson should I invest there? Should I buy a nice home there? What am I going to tell them if I say, well, yeah, you could, but make sure you have enough money for a lawyer because a developer might come in and change the entire neighborhood around. Consider that. I'm asking you to consider that. And it's not about us. I really think Branson, as sad as things are in our country right now, I think Branson can actually turn that into an opportunity. There are people who want out of big cities in this country. And I'm one of those. I'm 52 years old. I can retire early. I can come to a place like Branson. I don't need to be in the DC area. I don't want to expose my family to things that go on there right now. But if I'm going to come here, I need that stability. I need to know that the rules won't be changing. And so I'm asking you to please support the homeowners associations and these communities. I'm not anti-development. We're not anti-development. We've come here and stayed for years in really wonderful properties. And the ones that they're building, they look quite nice. But it has an impact on that community. And I think there's a lot to be said for protecting those homeowners. That's all I wanted to say. I really appreciate it. We love Branson. We love coming here. We've only become permanent residents recently, but the family has a long history, been coming here for 50 years. And one of the reasons they wanted to stay here and buy a home here is because they felt the values of this community were really important to them. So I just really appreciate your consideration of this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Todd. Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak? Any alderman? Oh, I'm sorry.
Carl Finkenbinder, 100 Prairie Dunes Drive, Suite 200. I was here 2 weeks ago on behalf of the applicant, and so I won't belabor the point. You've heard everything I'm sure you need to hear to consider it. I just want to repeat a couple of things before the board makes its final decision. Number one is that the applicant has done everything that we've been requested of. We've complied with every statute. We've complied with every ordinance. We've gone through planning and zoning. They've approved us. We've done what staff has asked us. They have recommended our request. In addition to that, the board, the first time we came here, asked for supplemental and additional requests that we go out within the community and obtain a majority support. We've done that. I'm not opposed to that. I understand, like I said last time, I understand the nature of the request and why the board wanted to see that. We've done that as well. We've done everything we've been requested. And like I mentioned last time, this development is consistent. These two lots would be consistent with the development around it. And so we would request that it pass tonight, its final reading. This is the first time I've heard any petition, the petition that was read in the record, but according to section, and I think that was referring to section 89, the only thing I'd say in reference to that is section 79 makes it clear that this board has the authority to approve this request under majority vote if that occurs tonight. So I'd request again tonight that the board and the Board of Aldermen would approve our request and vote it to be high-density residential. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Other speaker?
Gail Drummond, 186 Friendly Hills Drive. There's not much I can say after my son, and I had no idea what he was going to say when he came. And I know you're tired of having me come up here and try to figure out what I'm doing. But regardless of what's they're trying to do with the other two lots, we have one, and you've seen many pictures, one little cluster and we looked all those years, we took so many times to find just one little cluster where we could take in all the beauty and have the trees and things around us. And it doesn't make any sense to me. There are 5 or 6 new huge units, the $1 million plus kind up on the hill, gone up since we've seen you. And they do look nice, and that's fine. But why anybody feels so desperate that they have to come into our one little green space and destroy it when they have, I don't know, are there 80? I think they're 80. Don't hold me to that, please. But there are many, many houses there, and there was no reason to cut into our little community and make it so that on their property now, I was told this week by one of the people working on it, that they're putting their road, and the road is there, you can see it, but they're planning to use that as an exit from all that property with all those houses. We have one little blacktop, narrow, private road, but because one of their pieces of property is adjacent to that, they're planning to run all or any of those 80 right through, right into my front yard. And the road is just a tiny little narrow road, and I must say now in terrible condition from the things that have been on it. We have home health coming, and they all come in saying, "Oh, your road, I don't know if I can get here," you know. So I'm just think about those of us who wanted that just one little chunk of paradise, and what a tiny bit of money is going to be made in relation to all of that space that nobody's had a problem with one thing with that, except that now I have COPD from the smoke from burning the trees, but besides that, we just need our little cluster. So I'm asking you to please, please think about that and the people who are in that little unit. There's so much other open space. If somebody wants to put another 50 somewhere else, they don't have to whack into the little green communities. And I really do believe, and I think Todd was kind of implying, I believe that people come here to get away from all their, all the closeness, and they kind of want a little green. Otherwise, they might as well stay in the cities, So I think every little green pocket that we can save is worth it. And that's not going to be a pittance for the developer. And there's one more thing I have to say. So much of that. Anyway, the other thing I want to say is that we met, 4 of us, met with Joel before the first reading of this, the first time, because as you know, we seesawed back and forth. The votes have been in our favor, and then somebody says something, the votes are in the other favor, and it's back and forth. But we met with Joel before any of that, and we sat in the conference room down here, and we said, we have not received any information. And I still have the sheet of paper he brought in, and he put our new 186 Friendly Hills, which is no secret, it comes out every time we stand up here, to be notified. And we have not yet received a notification. And so he did have at one point that address from 3 years ago. That was all changed before this ever started, and I resent very much having somebody say that they're knocking on our doors, they're giving us information, because we, who don't go anywhere but to the doctor's office and here, to this building, have been there, and nobody's knocking on the doors, and nobody's leaving us information. And so I resent that very much, and I just felt like I had to say that. Sometimes things will just, okay, I'm over it now. Thank you very much for letting me be foolish. I care very, very much.
Gail, thank you for sharing. Next speaker.
Tim Davis, Box 1625, Branson, Missouri. I came to speak because I think there was some discussion last time about why I provided in 2020 a copy of a letter to the city saying that I didn't oppose a certain ordinance, not this particular bill, but a certain prior bill that was similar. It has to do with this reason. and this isn't violating any confidentiality as I tell you, but I did represent as an attorney lifestyle contractors. But when I found out about their intended high-density development in this subdivision where I'm building the house, my relationship with them as an attorney and client ceased. And so, as part of the settlement wrapping that up, I agreed to provide a letter saying that I was not opposing a bill last fall. So that's the explanation for how that letter came about. So if that helps questions, answer your questions, thank you.
So, Tim, just so I'm clear, I read the letter that you wrote, and you were saying you were not opposed to this development, and I'm hearing you say tonight that your opinion hasn't changed. You're still not opposed to this development.
I'm not supporting it, but at the same time, not opposing it, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Okay, deep breath. Hello, I'm Deborah Johnston, and I own 3 lots and a home in Friendly Hills subdivision. Once again,
I'm sorry, Deborah, your address, please.
104 Linhart Lane.
Thank you.
So sorry. If it's not written down, I may not say it. Sorry. Once again, I'm asking that you do not vote in favor of high-density residential zoning for these 2 lots in my neighborhood. If these 2 lots are permitted for high-density residential zoning, should I assume any other homes and property annexed into the city of Branson would be permitted as high-density residential as well? Where will you stop, or will you? I've seen the results of overdevelopment in Branson, which has left motels, theaters, and retail spaces vacant. I pray that my neighborhood won't be another casualty of Branson's lack of planning. You all hold the future of our community in your hands. Please be gentle. The decisions you make today will be felt for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Sean?
Greetings, Board, Mayor. Thank you very much for having me. Sean Martinez, 271 Lenhart Drive, Friendly Hills. Again, I just appreciate the opportunity to come before you guys. You know, it's serious for us, as you can hear. For other people, it's a sport, but for us, it's serious. For other people, it's a business. For us, it's our livelihood. You know, people that have been here to these meetings, Aldermen, Board, you may get tired and think, we don't want to hear this guy again. We don't want to hear these guys again. And I'd agree with you. It's, you know, monotonous, repetitive. But for the record, we're not on the offensive. We're on the defensive, okay? We are defending our neighborhood. And for us, it is serious. We have livelihood. We've heard, thank you, Todd, that was right on. You know, we have people investing in our community, such as I, myself. I moved here 20 years ago. Didn't even know why. I do now know, as we've heard, that this is, you know, God is alive here. And in other areas, it's not. Speaking with another gentleman at church on Sunday, he was telling me out of the blue, Washington State, you can't even mention the word God in public anywhere. But here, you guys have prayed for us tonight. Thank you. I appreciate the chief doing that tonight, the fire chief Martin doing that for us tonight. That is amazing. And if I mention that other places, they're astounded. You know, coming here again and again and again, it's wearing. I'm sure it's wearing on you. I wouldn't want to see me again if I was up there in your seat. This is wearing. But maybe this is the tactic of the way it works, you know. The business, the developers, in this realm here. Just keep doing it, keep doing it, keep doing it. Finally, you're going to get what you want. That's what it seems like to us, though. Development. We're not opposed to development. I'm not opposed to development. I live in Branson. It looks like I'm opposed to development because we're in a small community. You know, one time I had a friend tell me, he was talking about me and my wife. He goes, and this story is relevant to my point here. He says, you know, you and your wife are like the perfect, marriage. I said, you know why you said that? Because you don't know us. If you think I'm opposed to development, you don't know me. One of my favorite cities to go to, well, it used to be, is Hong Kong. I love it. Beautiful. All you see is city. You see no dirt there. I love third world countries. I love to see Africa. It's very hard going there, but I'll tell you what. The reasons why I go there make it real, and that's for a lot of mission work that I do over there. I love cities, though. Been able to take our small little company and go international. Our second office in the country of Taiwan, guess what? We're in a major city. It looks just like, even better than Chicago. You can't tell me that I'm opposing to development. I'm opposed to wrong development, immoral development. And if it has to be in the realm of what is, legally wrong, where is moral right? This is a city council meeting. It's not a courtroom. In a city council meeting, this meeting here, members of the board, you're looking to the future. And if it's always about dollars and cents, then what? The reason why we take, my wife and I, and we don't have partners, we don't deal with that. You know why? Because that would take away our opportunity to invest in the mission side, in the God kingdom. May not be a positive point to some, but it is to others, and it is to me. I take my profits and I spend them out there where other companies wouldn't. You know why I do that on the mission side? Because it's not about all money for me. And sometimes I have to make hard choices. Do I pay this or do I do this? And guess what? God is always honoring me. Just like the having the opportunity to buy into Friendly Hills. That was a God opportunity there. It's a whole side of things. And the people that come over to my house, you know who those are? A lot of times they don't have the opportunity to be in a house like mine. It's amazing. It is. Just this last few days, I had the opportunity to host a family that I know there'll be a future president of another country. You know what? They left so encouraged to see what God has done with just someone normal. That's a God property, and it's a God neighborhood. This is a city council meeting about what the future is, leading this community of what that future looks like, not a courtroom. A courtroom to me is a business realm. You know why? Because when I have my lawyer there, guess what? He costs me a lot of money, just like the developer's lawyer here tonight is costing him a lot of money. And he can do that. That's fine. That's part of it. But the reason why you look out here and you see our community members here is because we want you to hear our voices. You won't see the developer out here tonight. I don't see the developer out here tonight. And I wonder why. We could have our lawyer here too tonight as well. We could have. But it's important that you hear our voices, our concerns, our frustrations, our anxieties, our passion, and not our lawyer stating that for you. Yeah, I appreciate Mark Riss last time when he was here, because he lightened the mood here, and, you know, that's just his personality. That's not me. So I appreciate you hear where I'm coming from. If another developer, or a same one, assuming you pass this tonight, wants to come in and change the zoning on another property within Friendly Hills, then what? You gonna do it? What does that look like? And I've stated this before, this is not about a lot, one lot. You've heard this again. This is a subdivision, and not just a subdivision, but subdivisions. We are set a precedence and continue to do so with your help, and we thank you for that. We're the only last subdivision within Branson's community, right there on the lake. When you lose us, then what? I don't know. I don't know what that looks like. But I'm kind of like Todd. What does that look like in the future? Should I tell my friends to move here? I don't know. I'm kind of torn as well. What does that look like? I feel like the city council is not holding up. And this is exactly why I present that plan, the 2030. The 2030 plan, which I presented in all copy of what that looks like, because it's an interest of Branson, or at least the previous board, that would be willing to spend so much money on that. Maybe it doesn't mean what it did back then, I don't know. That's not my decision, but it is my plea to come before you guys tonight and ask that you would. It's not just about us. You know, Todd was talking about our covenants. It's not your job to hold up our covenants, and we know that. The first meeting, we didn't know that. But we do know that it's not your job. It's not the job of the city to do so. And you're right, we could go to litigation and, you know, oh, what that looks like outside of this, and so on and so forth, and you're right. But you're the leaders of this city. Every one of you. Some of you come into this, a lot to take on. Some of you have been dealing with this. Some of you have been dealing with this for years. The same developers, same issues. So what do? Just give in? You know, I have my daughter sitting with me tonight, graduatee from college. I mentioned her because she just graduated this last weekend from college with a degree. And she wanted to come home. She wants to come home, willingly, and throughout the year, coming home. And why is that? If I would have gave in to every time that she and my other daughters, my other kids want, what kind of a parent would I be? She's home because she wants to be home. And it's not always easy to make those decisions, as it is tonight. But I'm going to present the side of, not the legal side, but what's the moral side? What's the right side? Where should Branson go? You know what's so neat about our community? Like last week, the last meeting, you know, we had everyone here. Just about everyone here, actually we did. And we could have gone out together and had a meal together, had a dinner that night. That's who we are, that's our community. And I mentioned that to a few people out in conversation through this week, and they're like, yeah, you're right, within reason, but yes, that's us. We agree to disagree, but yet we still. In another community I was in before on the other side of town, I didn't even know my neighbors almost. Here we know everybody. That's kind of neat. Kind of fun. If someone has an issue, they'll call me, wonderful. I don't have to, I get to. And I like that. I hate to see that being lost. The Drummonds, as you heard from their son Todd, have chose to invest here. You'll hear from the Kirbys here. That'll be speaking over the phone here. Same thing. They didn't have to. They could have gone anywhere. And same with me. Believe me, when it comes to development and growth, I don't even know why I'm here in Branson but I do know why I'm here. It's beyond me. Just looking back on what's happened, if I wouldn't have been here, I would have never have intersected the opportunity that God had for me to start my business, to start what I'm doing, and to change the face of what's in my little world of technology that I've been working on for all these years. In Branson, Missouri. There's no one like us on the planet. May not look like it today. From Branson, Missouri. For the people. What does that mean? Is it for the business or for the dollar? Is it for the business? Or is it for the people? What does the people want? You're hearing our community passionately, again, repetitively, without a doubt. And if it takes us being here till midnight as we were last time, guess what? We're here. And some of us way beyond our bedtime. But we're here willingly because we want to be here. For the people, though, what does that look like for the years to come? What does that look like even for this night? If this bill passes, is it for the people? Is it for the communities? Or is it for the business? Is it for another dollar? One last thing. Do communities ever look at or talk about, when that development hits that bubble, then what? Has Branson not hit bubbles in the past? We have theaters for sale. We have theaters that are sitting empty right now. We have theaters that are turned into all different types of things. To say that it's never going to burst, that's a lie. That's not true. These nightly rentals, it's easy for other homes, individual homes out there, that they were homes, turning into these nightly rentals, okay. But such is what we're looking at next to us. When that bubble bursts, then what? Are they going to be sold as homes? They don't have garages. They weren't built for homes. They're built for quite a large number of people to hang out, to party. I hear them, I know. Sometimes I hear them in my house. That's how much fun they're having sometimes, whatever they're doing. Heard a gunshot one night last year. I'm not opposed to that development. But what does happen when that bubble does burst, such as a community like this, when it's all nightly rentals? Is it going to happen? Talking to some bankers out there, yeah, There's no doubt about it. Look at what happened to the Branson Landing, what's happened to other communities in town. Look, you know, developers' own development, coming in, building a nice community and coming in undermining his community with cheaper development. Investors buying these loans, buying these homes on their, you know, they're gonna spend their money. Why would they spend their money? And then it doesn't make the money they were promised, then what happens? Who gets stuck with these loans? We've seen it time and time again. Our banks do. That's a point that I haven't brought up before, and I don't know if any of us have. But it's a valid point to consider. I feel like by us, our community, standing and being so passionately, you know, defensive of our community is not just saving our community, but you know, many ripples of other community, you know, part of the community, like, you know, investments in banks and loans. I'm passionate about that. And right now, to the developer, it's about, you know, it doesn't matter to him because he's gonna sell off. So what? I know you've heard this again. You know, I just appreciate every opportunity to come before you and talk about this issue. But if this passes tonight, yeah, well, maybe it's not going to stop for us on the other side of it, but what does it look like for our community? Do I think I'm going to be back here? You better believe I am. There's no doubt about it. We heard the other lot owners to the south of my home, Miss Permy. Same thing. The other property owner that's selling 23 acres, they want to sell it to a developer. Maybe to the same developer. So this ain't going to stop here. It could, though. It could. We're not talking at the end of a community, I mean, of this development here that they're doing. We're talking one of our own lots. When they bought, they knew exactly what they were buying. So I appreciate every opportunity before you guys tonight, and I thank you for hearing me expressly. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
My name's Amber Thompson, as you know me, 113 North Sunshine. And I speak on behalf of the Civil Defense Coalition. I don't live in the neighborhood they do, but I've had friends in real estate that do real estate development, and they buy their acres of land, and then they decide if they want to have a community pool, that there's an HOA fee. Most of us who live in this area who've never had an HOA fee have no interest in ever living in an area that does require one. In this situation, you'd have to, in my opinion, the board here would have to, I think if there's that many upset residents in that area, we have to have a pros and cons list set before you. And maybe you want to meet individually also, but with the individuals of the residents to speak about what the actual issues are. Are their taxes going up? Are they getting an HOA fee? It doesn't sound like it. But how much? A reasonable tax wouldn't be that big of a deal, in my opinion. We're trying to, from a state and federal level, drop taxes overall to a settlers, like a homesteader's tax. It's an automatic $300 a year. So, but that being said, hearing these people being so upset, threatening potential lawsuits, and I understand, happy Mother's Day, like Mother's Day to everyone. You have a child, that's your child, right? You have your property. There's no free land in America anymore. It used to be free, So to someone to come and step in with government type eminent authority, it is offensive. But again, if a land developer has that much real estate financing, they can buy their own acreage. They could buy 500 acres sometimes, 1,000 acres, and have no residents there at all. So to overlap into that, but I would even question the people before, instead of dragging out to midnight, what exactly is specifically upsetting you other than feeling like you're being, controlled by the government? Is it just a tax? What is exactly? If there's an HOA fee, I can totally understand that. That should be completely illegal from a federal standpoint. Because and I'm going to cut it short, but if you go to the state here in Jefferson City and listen in on these meetings, you'll hear absolutely no one basically speak up for constitutional rights. So I wanted to brief that with you, but does anybody have any, from the board, know of any specific things that is offending these residents of that being passed?
Amber, we've had several meetings,
So I was saying,
lengthy discussions. I think we understand.
Can you mention them to the rest of us in the city of Branson for clarification?
In the effort of time, I don't know that we could go back and go through all that.
might wanna
Our
make a
meetings are
list, though.
recorded, so I'd invite you to go listen to, and you can listen to every word.
Right, but just for clarification, if someone's that upset, this last resident of Branson was sounding like he's threatening a lawsuit. So, and sounding like you were doing something heavily constitutionally offensive. So that's something I would consider, is if it's getting that heavy and heated of a matter, you may want to even have the residents of that area take their own vote, and then you can weigh out.
Thank you, Amber.
Thank you. Okay.
The neighborhood's taken a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi. Number one, my name is Wayne Drummond, and I live with my wife at 186 Friendly Hill. I think all the detailed points about the development have been made by various people. But what I would like to say to you is that I would have hoped by now that I would have been able as a professional to assist you as the city of Branson as an architect and a planner. But that has not happened. Other things have happened. So I will be very brief. Number one, a lot of people have said we had no opposition to the rezoning of 121 Linehart and the property number 2. Then we were told that property number 2 would only have the ability to have one house on it. But as we go by there every day, the garage is already under construction for conversion, and an additional rental property has been built next to their garage. The front yard is a mess, and what used to be the nicest property all over Branson has now filled with mud, and as my wife pointed out, they have now decided that one of the entries to the entire property is off of Friendly Hills small side private road. So, like I said, none of us, I've spent my whole career working with the Wildworks. I have no problem, but I do believe that this is the first checker to fall. If they can do it in that one yard, they will do it everywhere. And we all feel like we have been told one thing, and now we are watching them do other things. And you said that all the permits have been given. Maybe they have. We certainly haven't seen any permits for the drive or for the destruction of Line Heart 121. So I want to tell you a brief story. We felt like we've been sold a bait and switched to something else scheme. In one of my previous lives, I was a consultant for four different Supreme Court buildings in the United States. And what I would like to tell you very quickly is that one of those wanted me as their advisor to remove the Attorney General's office. It would have added $7 million to their $42 million building. And after I listened to them have a debate, I said, finally to the Chief Justice, have you guys not heard of bait and switch? And of course, they all had heard that story. And they voted immediately to leave the program as it was, so the legislature would not stop their project. And they understood the concept that we have all been very generous in allowing and encouraging and testifying for lots 1 and 2. But on lot 2, to build 5 units is more than we can take. So, like all of us, my colleagues, I ask you to vote against the high density residential in our subdivision. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Wayne. Joel, could I ask you to come out for a minute, please? Thank you, Joel. I've heard a couple times, and I just wanted to clarify it with you. Has the roadway changed on this development to go through Friendly Hills?
We do not have plans that show that improvement. So they may be, working on something.
It's okay.
So I know after the first reading, the applicant was looking forward to potentially moving forward with their property. So they may have started doing some things, but we don't have any plans that would allow them, we've not approved any plans that would allow them to extend that road into the 2 properties included in this request tonight.
So without them having plans, and if they construct a road, what happens?
Well, again, as I mentioned during the last meeting, they do have a land disturbance permit, which allows them to grade, remove trees, and do that. So we would consider that earthwork until they pave a road. It's all considered earthwork at this point.
Is there any recourse, any penalties to the developer if he does that?
If he's working outside of the permits he's been issued, yes, we can issue a stop work order. If they continue to work beyond the stop work order, then we can issue citations. But again, they do have permits for land disturbance activities.
Sure. Thank you very much, Joel.
You're welcome.
Joel, to clarify though, there's no, other than statements made tonight, there's no evidence or actual proof that's been presented to your department that they're outside of these permits, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
I have a question. Joel, have you been out, because they state that a road's been started, have you been out to the property to?
I personally have not been out to the property recently.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for Joel?
So, Mr. Drummond, you're claiming.
Thank you, Joel.
You're claiming that they're doing work on the road and And Joel's saying that if they have a right, the disturbance, if they have this, then it's okay for them to do this to the road, or is that a whole entirely different situation? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Joel, would you come back out? I believe what I heard Joel say was they do have a permit for land disturbance. And that sounds like they're disturbing land, but they haven't put in a road. No paving, curb, gutter, gravel.
It's not uncommon with steep properties to have haul roads and have construction roads and things like that. So again, they have a land disturbance permit. It allows them to do grading and earthwork. Other than that, I guess that's all I have to share at this point.
Thank you, Joel. Any comments? Bo? We can make this brief, Bo. I'd appreciate it.
Bodie Yeager, 106 South Drive. I just want to bring up the concern as far as I'm also a small contractor, very small, and I know some of you also started small in your businesses. I want to raise what I believe is a concern of allowing them to do a land disturbance and do all these preventative steps before already having a zoning and a building permit of what they plan on doing on this property. And I heard that they were allowed to put a bond up against the property as an insurance policy. And if that's the case, I don't think that is in the best interest of the community, as that is basically granting big business, big companies that extra handout of, hey, we're going to do this, especially when you get somebody on the board that's going to come out and say, well, they've already started, so let's just go ahead and finish the project. I think that's unethical. It's just not a good state of mind. It's not moral. I'd like to see that it's a more even playing field, especially for the small dog, and especially since it's in a POA. We're also doing some work in some HOAs, and we had to go through some really extra steps to get to the actual building process before we could do any breaking of ground, just simply for the HOA, and that's not even in city limits that has a higher standard. And so to see them not agree or do anything according to the POA and just disregard everything that's in that, and the city say that, well, we are making a decision and we have the final say, unless it goes into litigation, and then it goes back to Sean saying that that still costs lawyers and attorney money, and that's just not in everybody's best interest, except for a developer that's planning on building and selling that thing as soon as it's done. So I just raised a concern. I'd like to see, even if it gets approved, because I don't have a dog in this fight, but I'd like to see make it even that you should have your plans in place, get that addressed beforehand, and if you're not going to go by that standard, then why do we have a code book and regulations to begin with? Thank you.
Thank you, Bo. City Administrator Dobbins, I'm assuming we're working on this code. Is that a John Manning question? We're working on this code.
We are working on the building codes at this time. Some of them, we're reviewing them pieces at a time, so many at a time, because the code was actually redone 3-4 years ago.
Okay, thank you. Have you talked on this issue before? Come on. We're going to hit the whole
This is going to be short.
audience.
Go ahead. Okay to start?
Sure.
I'm Robert Wacob, 236 Coronado Drive, Branson, Missouri. I live in the county's first subdivision called Taneycomo Highlands. As I drive home, it's a small road. I get to see a beautiful, beautiful farm with green pastures, sheep, cattle, pigs at one time, and I love that. That's close to home because I'm a small town boy from Eldon, Missouri. Anyway, that's one thing that I understand. Another thing I understand is somebody moves to Branson expecting there to not be change. Branson is change. We have the traditional values and we have the exciting new young investors. Can the two meet before the city council meeting and work things out respectfully? Comes a young investor, says, I'd like to open up a high-density area. 2 weeks later, the city council meeting, and we're going to work things out respectfully. Comes a young investor, says, I'd like to open up a high-density area. 2 weeks later, the city council meeting, and we're going to work things out respectfully. Comes a young investor, says, I'd like to open up a high-density area. 2 weeks later, the city council meeting, and we're going to work things out respectfully. Comes a young investor, says, I'd like to open up a high-density area. 2 weeks later, the city council meeting, and we're going to work things out respectfully. Comes a young investor, says, I'd like to open up a high-density area. 2 weeks later, the city council meeting, and we're going to work things out respectfully. Comes a young investor, says, I'd like to open up a high-density area. 2 weeks later, the city council meeting, and we're going to to the people who have lived here and who enjoy the sheep and the goats and whatever is there, can they meet together and modify plans a little bit and be neighbors before a city council meeting saying, I've passed every law, I've done everything the city said I can do, but have you checked with the neighbors to see how you can cohabitate? I think that's pretty much what I want to say. There are solutions in this, and it all goes back to the basic values of humanity.
Thank you. Alderman Denham is working on that as we speak. Thank you. Any comments from the alderman?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Denham?
First of all, Mr. Martinez, I don't dread hearing from anyone in this room. This room belongs to the taxpayers, and we appreciate public participation very much. So thank you, everybody that's here.
Excuse me, Ruth?
Yes.
You pull your mic closer, thank you.
Sure. And I just want to state, I'm not in favor of setting a precedent that is enabling development procedures that are not in compliance with our adopted development ordinances. For instance, just for a land disturbance permit, and there's a list, I'm not going to go through all of them, but before disturbing the property, the following's needed. Obviously, submittal of plans, a site map showing the outlines of the total project area and land disturbance area and their acreage, name and address of the engineering firm, existing land use and zoning. I'll skip some. Location of wooded areas and any trees 6 inches and greater in diameter, as measured 4.5 feet above ground, water courses, wetlands, surface water bodies, soil borings, field surveyed, natural water course showing top and toe of banks. Skipping some more, estimated count of approximate location of all existing trees. I understand it's just been all burnt. Delineation of the tree preservation plan per the chapter, delineation of the vegetative buffer plan per the chapter, and it goes on and on and on with the requirements. If these had all been met, we would not be sitting here having this discussion right now. Our ordinances are not being followed, and I'm definitely not in favor of the zoning. Thank you.
If I may, I kind of take exception to that because our planning director just said the opposite of that. So I'm confused where we're saying, why you're suggesting that the ordinances aren't being followed, the permit process not being followed, because Joel just said that as it relates to this project, they have been followed up to this point. So
Has anyone seen the site plan? Have we had the opportunity to see any of this, or?
I'd just like to add an additional statement. So this is out of code as well, and I'm going to read verbatim. This is out of 94-10C. The applicant may request a waiver of any application requirement to the Public Works Director. The Public Works Director may grant the request for a waiver upon determining that the item to be waived is not applicable to the project under review, and that the remaining information submitted is sufficient to show that the work will comply with the purposes of this article. So you can't just read one small section of the code without reading it in its entirety.
May I ask why it was waived? Do you have any idea? Was it all cleared before the permit was submitted?
The point I was just
application?
simply trying to make is, while yes, there are several application requirements, there are other opportunities that not all of them are necessarily required for every single project.
Right.
And I'd be
do we
happy to
know-
sit down with you or anybody else to go
Okay.
through the details of the application.
Okay, I was just wondering why it was waived.
I'm happy to sit down with you at any
Okay.
point and go through that.
Mayor, I got a question.
Yes.
Of Joel. So, of some of the things that Alderman Denham there mentioned, how many of those things were accomplished while it was in the county?
I'm sorry?
How many of those things that she stated happened when it was in the county? Like the, removal of trees and those types of things?
I'm not sure of the specifics. of what trees were removed before annexation, what
Right.
trees were removed after annexation.
But they have a lot of leeway while it's still in the county.
They have very few regulations in the county.
Right.
So.
Okay, thanks.
Excuse me, Wayne. Any other alderman? Sure, Bill.
Yes, sir. And I'd want to refer back down to our attorney. We were presented with some legalese earlier on tonight, and I think you've had a chance to review its applicability to this situation. It'd be nice to hear some advice from our attorney about the petition.
Thank you, Alderman Skanes. With regards to the protest petition, let me just pull up my notes here. Section 89-060 provides an opportunity for parties that are essentially adjacent to the property being affected to protest it. When that happens, that changes the vote of the legislative body to 2/3. Okay? In this case, our legislative body is made up of 6 people. In order for a bill to become an ordinance, you need 4 people to vote, a majority of the elected members of the board. Okay, there's some confusion here because there is a misguided belief that because 89-060 provides that all members of the legislative body vote, that the mayor somehow gets interjected into the vote as well. So he would have to vote in this matter as well. There is case law that sits behind 89-060 that basically states, it's not the holding of the case, but it provides the implication that unless there's a legislative principle that forbids the mayor from vote, then that happens. In our case, 79.120, which is what governs voting and the mayor's role in a fourth-class city such as the city of Branson, specifically and explicitly states the mayor shall have a seat in and preside over the board and aldermen, but shall not vote on any question except in a case of a tie. So even in this situation, the only opportunity for Mayor Milton to vote would be in the case of a tie. So nothing changes. The protest petition was acknowledged, it was received by the city, it was properly filed, it complies, but the bottom line is based on the makeup of our board of 6 Board of Aldermen members, it's still 2/3 is 4 votes, which is the same vote it was before. We don't somehow hamstring the mayor into voting when there's a statutory prohibition from the mayor voting except in instances of a tie.
Thank you.
I need to back up a little bit. When we started getting public comment, we had one person on hold. That was Liz Kirby. Is she still on the phone? Liz, can you hear us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
What's your address, Liz?
I will be quick. Yes, I'm Liz Kirby. My address is 189 Friendly Hills Drive, and I am opposed to zoning the 2 lots in my neighborhood for HDR. I just wanted to bring up a couple things that I have been thinking about based on the comments and questions that were raised during our last meeting. There was discussion about, is what the developer has done in our neighborhood legal? I guess I would ask, is that what the standard is that this panel uses to make decisions, whether to vote yes or no? I thought that this was a place that families, communities, and neighborhoods could come to have their voices heard on issues that impact them. If the decisions here are made based on did they get their permits and pay their fees, then I don't see where communities like ours will ever be able to get a decision in our favor if we are going against what the developer wants to do. Several of us have voiced our opposition to the Planning Commission at the very beginning and have continued to voice our opposition. I think it's obvious that what the developer wants to do in our neighborhood will make the city of Branson a little more money, at least in the short term. But I'm hoping and asking each of you to consider more than that. Who is representing the community and considering the impact these situations have on regular people who have purchased homes in a neighborhood? That is what we need from each of you, not to look only at the situation from a legal or a business perspective, but from the community perspective. I think some of you ran your campaigns on that very idea of families and community. My husband and I decided to purchase this home in Branson because we love this town. I have been coming here since I was a child, and I have so many wonderful memories. We thought about purchasing a home in Estes Park, Colorado, but decided Branson was the place for us. I really hope that you can put yourself in our place and hope that you do not make us wish we had made a different decision and vote to not allow HDR in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. We'll continue with Alderman comments. We've already moved on to Alderman comments. I'm sorry. I made a mistake on that. I should have called her in before I went to the Alderman. Real quick. Name and address, please.
My name is Mark Riss, 171 Lenhart, resident of Friendly Hills. I represent I'm 2 of the 12 lot owners, half of the subdivision that is actually not opposing the developer. There are only 5 homes in our community. I and one other family that lives across the street are both not opposed. So out of all the people that are here talking that are opposed, they only represent 3 homes in the subdivision, okay? The developer owns the 6th house that is uninhabited right now, okay? I've lived there for over 15 years. The majestic condos that are down the hill, I've already put a huge amount of traffic through our community. You know, we've already been dealing with this, the moving in of the tourism industry into our neighborhood. You know, I've lived there long enough to see the majestic come from the ground up. You know, then all of the Chateau Cove lodges that were built, you know, in the last few years, it was obvious something was going over there. You know, most of the people that have spoke, the Kirbys just spoke right there on over Zoom. The Drummonds, Sean, they all moved into our neighborhood knowing the majestic was down the hill, seeing the development on the other side, and I think they kind of took a big risk buying property in our subdivision and anticipating that that was never going to come closer. You know, when you're living next to Branson, you better expect some progress to keep on happening. Branson keeps on growing. We definitely have a sweet place. I love my neighbors. You know, I wasn't originally for, you know, what the developer was doing, but I'm not going to get in the way of progress, and I think I can find another peaceful slice of Branson on the north side of town. But I originally didn't come here to actually say anything. I kind of felt like I made my point last time. I brought the video, showed you guys everything of what the nature of the neighborhood is already, so I'm not here to beat a dead horse. But after all my neighbors coming up here and hitting you guys pretty hard on how opposed they are, I figured it was still worth it for somebody to come up here and say and remind you that, you know, half of the subdivision is still representing and not opposed to what's going on. That's it.
Mark, thank you very much. Any comments from the Alderman?
I have something, Mayor, or a couple of things.
Excuse me.
From everything I've heard, the developer did everything that he was allowed to do according to the city. I mean, is that what I've heard? I mean, he didn't break any rules that I mean, he did everything that he was allowed to do, and now they're asking us to tell him no after he's done it. I mean, that's kind of the way I'm understanding that. I feel for these people. I mentioned it many times, you know, that they're in this position, and I mean, I've heard that all, I mean, I don't know. I mean, after this last meeting 2 weeks ago, I called Mark and I said, hey, could you take me through the neighborhood? And I'd like to get a little better feel for this. So we hopped on his side by side and we spent an hour and a half, probably over an hour and a half. He drove me through every property out there up to the water and up and down every road and gave me the backstory on everything. And it's a beautiful neighborhood, and I can see why anybody would want to go out there and build, because they're trying to enjoy that view that these folks that bought into it as well. That's what happens when you move somewhere that has a beautiful view. Everybody wants a beautiful view. I mean, you know, I'd like to buy out there. I'd love to live out there where Mark lives and the Drummonds live and all these people, because it is a gorgeous place and everybody wants a piece of that, you know. When I drove into the neighborhood and you pull off of 265 and you make that big circle into that neighborhood, you're driving past 40 townhouses or condos or whatever those are called. That whole thing is just covered in condos. And on this hillside, they're putting up 40 more. And then up on the top of the ridge, they're putting a condominium complex up there. The Earls are going to sell their 23, 25 acres, and that's probably going to be condos or townhouses. I mean, it's not what they want. I know that, but I think at this point they're trying to stop progress that's already progressed. And you know, I don't know if you can say this, but that sucks for them. It really does. And if I lived there, I'd be right there saying the same thing. Man, this is terrible. You know, we had this beautiful spot out here and this and this and that. But again, in the last meeting, the last thing I asked was there anything done illegally? And I've not seen that proof that anything was done illegal. If somebody has that, I would love to see that so I could change my mind. But I haven't been seen that. I mean, I am always for the people. I'm always going to be on the side of the people. But we're put here to uphold the ordinances and the laws. And as bad as I hate that, nobody can tell me that there was a law broken or anything was done illegally. And that's what I have to kind of, you know, I have to lean towards. Now, there's a couple of things with the disturbance, the land disturbance. You know, is there any limitations to a land disturbance? Because that could be interpreted in many ways. A developer could interpret a land disturbance a lot different than somebody that you know what I mean? That's a pretty vague thing. So I don't know what are the limitations to a land disturbance, because you could get a permit for that and run with it. You know what I mean? You could, well, I have a land disturbance. That means I could, you know, what are the limitations to a land disturbance? I don't know, but that might need to be a little more clear what exactly a land disturbance is. And also when Alderman Denman asked about the why the fees were waived, I'd be curious to that too. Is that a common practice to waive fees? I don't, you know.
I'm not aware of any fees being waived.
The land disturbance is very, very specific. It's covered in 9410 land disturbance, and it tells you each and everything that's required. You can, it says in 9410, sorry, in 9410C, permit application processes, number 3, the applicant may request a waiver of any application requirement to the Public Works Director. The Public Works Director may grant the request for a waiver upon determining that the item to be waived is not applicable to the project under review. I'm not even sure an entire site plan's been submitted and reviewed and approved, and the city requires buffering, and the county required buffering. And it's not there. Whenever, either in the county, I mean, it was easy to get the information, whenever something is not being followed, that means the ordinance is being violated, which means ordinance is a law. So, I mean, we haven't had enough proof that they have provided this, and that's my concern, because it's very specific.
So there were no fees waived, Stan, is that what you're?
No, I don't believe there were any fees waived at all.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
I think we've heard everything. I mean, we went to 12 o'clock last time, unless there's other aldermen want to say something, please call for the question.
I will now ask for a vote.
I think her system's down.
We had that last time. Are we making a motion?
We're voting.
Yeah, we already made a motion, second, usually done the same thing. You can get yea or nay, though. Mine was okay. Brandon, I think you got one right. You did all right?
I got him.
Okay. Thank you.
All the votes in?
Yes, Your Honor. The results of the vote is 4-2, it passes. Alderman Denham votes no. Alderman Skanes votes yes. Alderman Cooper votes yes. Alderman Venom votes yes. Alderman Whitus votes no. And Alderman C votes yes. Motion carries.
Thank you. Before the next item, I'm reading the audience saying, I would love an 8-minute potty break. Come back in, what would that be? 7:53. Calling the meeting back to order. Okay, now I'll call the meeting back to order. Madam Clerk, we're on item 7.
Your Honor, this next item is a presentation to update the Board of Aldermen on the Planning and Development Department.
You need glasses, Joel?
No.
I guess it's. We'll begin with staff report from Joel Hornicle. Where did we go?
Thank you. Mayor, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to give you this update tonight. It's very similar in nature to what the police and fire departments do on an annual basis. Just wanted to take a couple minutes of your time to first kind of reintroduce our department to you all. There's some new board members, so remind you all what our responsibilities are and an overview of our department, and highlight some of our recent accomplishments and goals for the coming years. So the department itself, not too long ago, was made up of 4 divisions. However, due to efficiencies, we got rid of our administrative division, and then recently the code enforcement staff got transferred down to the police department. So now we're a division of 2, planning and building. Both divisions work very much with customer service. We work with property owners, developers, to ensure the safety and proper development within the community. Specifically, the planning division has worked a lot of time on the Community Plan 2030, both with its implementation and its original creation back in 2012. We also assist community members, property owners, developers with any planning-related request through the necessary process, whether that's the Planning Commission, the Board of Adjustment, or to you all. Specifically, we work with 3 groups, 3 committees, the Planning Commission, the Board of Adjustment, which I'll get into in a little bit, but then also the Open for Business. Used to be called the Administrative Review Team, but we largely help anybody and everybody that makes a request to us to sit down with all the city's plan reviewers from multiple departments and go over what they're looking to do. It's an opportunity for them to kind of have a pre-development meeting with the city to kind of understand what some of the rules and regulations are and to refine their plans before they actually are ready to submit for a building permit. We believe this saves them time and money by kind of sorting those things out ahead of time before actually getting into the permit process. Very successful. We really love that process. Then the building division, they, similarly to planning, assist with anybody making a building permit request to the city. They do that through plan reviews and inspections after the plans have been approved to make sure those plans are being built as they were approved. And they work with our Board of Appeals. So graphically what this looks like, first example is from 2014. That's when I got the opportunity to become director of the department. You'll see the 4 divisions here with 13 total staff, very balanced with our 4 divisions. Today it's a little bit less balanced. You can see here we're down to 8 staff. So we've reduced our staff in about 5-6 years by 5 positions, 2 of which were part of the code enforcement that went to police, 1 of which was a planner that went to Parks and Rec to help kind of reinvigorate the city's tree and arborist efforts through the Parks Department. And then we've eliminated 2 positions that are no longer on our payroll, again, due to efficiencies. In a perfect world, we try and get back to balance, hopefully in the future, with our 2 divisions. We do believe there's an opportunity to possibly add 2 staff in the future. We're seeing more and more need for a planning inspector. We have 2 building inspectors, but a planning inspector could greatly assist with sign reviews, with tree reviews, and with the planning matters that developers have to deal with. So again, this is a perfect situation, nothing we're asking for today, but just want to kind of show what our vision is going forward. Just like many of the other departments, we regularly collect survey responses from our customers. This is the data from 2019. Out of the 708 that we issued out, we got about a return rate of 16%. In doing research, anywhere between 10 to 30% is kind of an industry standard, so we felt pretty good about getting a 16% return rate. Graphically, across the bottom in the graph, you've got 2016 in red and the 2019 totals in blue. Except for the green of 2018 being an exception, we see what we believe is an increase in ratings over the last 4 or 5 years. So we're happy about that and always striving to do better with customer service. To that end, you'll see in the blue box on the left something we called our roundtables. It was something that started back in 2013 where we invited past year developers who had done significant projects in the community to come in, meet with representatives from the board, meet with representatives from the staff, and just talk about what the city did well and what were some opportunities of where the city could improve. And there was a lot to do after that first round in 2013, a huge checklist that was created. And we slowly chiseled away at that. And you can see subsequent meetings that were held in 15, 16, 17, and 19. Getting into the committees and commissions that we work with, the Planning Commission and the Board of Adjustment are the two bodies, advisory bodies within the city that are required by state statute. So again, the Planning Commission is something that's required that the city must have. And their primary goal is to be an advisory group to you all with planning items and related to land use and development. Their special use is the one thing that they do have the authority to make approvals and denials on, and it doesn't go to you all past that. Every other item or action that they take, it's simply a recommendation, and then you all make the final decision. You can see our list of members here. They're on 4-year terms appointed by the mayor and approved by you all. Board of Adjustment, as I mentioned, this is the other one that's required by state statute. And they are established to hear appeals decision made by the Planning and Development Department, by the director, and also interpret unclear provisions in the zoning code. And a lot of times you'll hear variance requests. That's really their bread and butter. When somebody wants to do a variation from the zoning code, that is the body of the city that they go to. It's a quasi-judicial group, so their only appeal process, if somebody wanted to, would be that to the county court system if they don't agree with the decision made by the Board of Adjustment. So very unique in that sense. Again, we've listed the members. They serve 5-year terms appointed by the Board of Aldermen. And finally, Board of Appeals, similar to Board of Adjustment, except this group deals with building-related matters through the International Code Council. That is how this is set up, is when you adopt the building codes, part of that structure, part of the regulations include this group, similarly to here, orders and decisions on whether they're unclear or if they need interpretation made by this group. Needless to say, they haven't met since 1996, so it's not a group that gets together very often. But nevertheless, we still have members who serve if the need ever arises, and they also serve 5-year terms. Moving into our accomplishments for last year, the one we're really most proud of is full implementation of Citizen Serve. We couldn't have lucked out anymore with the timing of it. To be able to roll out the building module in January, right before COVID hit, was fantastic. We couldn't have asked for better timing. We added planning shortly thereafter in March, and our plan was to stop then with code enforcement. However, as departments were exposed to it and got involved in the implementation process, they got excited about the potential use of Citizen Serve as well. So we had additional areas added for the police department for records requests, and then Public Works and Utilities now do their public improvement plans through Citizen Serve as well. We also assisted with 3 code changes in 2020, just some minor revisions to Chapter 94, which is the one that was mentioned earlier tonight. We worked on quite heavily over the last 5 years, doing a complete rewrite of that entire chapter that encompassed all the zoning regulations, the subdivision regulations, landscaping regulations, and so on. It was quite the undertaking over the last 5 years. We also assisted with code changes for special events to kind of update that process. We introduced a tier system for that to start some bit of separation between process and fees for the special events we see throughout the year. And finally, microbreweries, we assisted to increase the allowable use of that into our neighborhood commercial district. During COVID, we took the opportunity in the month of April when City Hall was closed down, do some reorganization. If you had gone through the department before COVID and after, you noticed right away the openness, and we removed a lot of walls and opened things up. It was a good time to do that. And we also did some archiving, which freed up 20 file cabinets that became empty and got moved out of the department. So felt really good about the accomplishment during that time in April. And finally, we always like to tout the construction activity from our years. We always seem to do better and better, and last year was another great year, even all the things considered of what was going on in the world with $70 million of construction activity. So happy to share that information. Citizen Serve, just really quickly, if you haven't been on there, this is what our homepage looks like. We have links to it from the city's website, which lead to some icons here on the homepage, making it as simple and user-friendly for people to find what they're looking for. In addition to many of the permit requests you can see here, we've also got links to the city's website where somebody can make a code complaint, the county's mapping information, as well as the building code itself. So a lot of helpful links, not just permits for people to go to. And if you ever want to sit down and get more of a tutorial, I'd be more than happy to help you out. Finally, goals looking forward. We've already started this a little bit, but reviewing and updating all fees associated with planning and building activities. We've talked about the technology fee. We're looking forward to going into more depth with the building fees and planning fees. We do believe there's some opportunity for fee reduction in some cases, but there may be some, in contrast, opportunities where we could increase our fees to better recoup our costs. But we'll be looking at that in the short term very closely. Also, we look forward to working with the finance department. This is something we've been talking about for a couple of years. In the zoning code, we have a list of uses, and in the finance department with business licenses, they have another list of uses. We want to try and work together to get that to one cohesive list. That way, when somebody says something is X, both departments know what X means, and there's no gray area, there's no confusion, and we can make decisions a lot more efficiently. Something we have done biannually, except for last year, we had to go on pause due to COVID, is our community and business surveys. It's really a great chance for not only city staff, but for you all to hear back from community and business members on what we're doing really well and where we need improvements. So we look forward to bringing those back out, hopefully this fall, and that will help drive decisions for next year. One of the great things the summary does, and if you haven't seen some of the past examples, they are on the city's website under the report page, but the summary really points out very well top 3 items that the city should concentrate on over the next year. And so we really believe this effort will help, guide some decision making, as I said, for the next couple of years. And then looking into 2022, looking at other strategic planning efforts, updating the community plan 2030 finally. It's been a few years running that we'd like to do that. We had budget issues last year with COVID, and so we're hoping to get it in next year's budget and be able to do that, and look forward to working with you all in the community on that update. With that, I simply want to say thank you. Appreciate, again, the opportunity to kind of give you a couple up-to-dates on our department. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Joel. Are there any questions from the audience? Mayor. Well, excuse me, I was going to get the audience first.
He doesn't look like an audience member.
Did you want to go sit in the audience?
Yes, I changed my mind.
Hearing none from the audience, are there any questions from the Alderman, Jeff?
Okay. So on Citizen Serve, when I'm chasing down building permits and stuff, is it by design that who pulled the permit is not there? I mean, all the other information is there.
Yeah, it's something we talked about quite a bit. So before Citizen Serve, it was pretty regular to get phone calls or email requests from business owners looking for information to try and sell something. Yeah, the clipboard, they would come in and jot down everybody's information. Obviously, people can do records requests all day long to get that information. But trying to balance that with Citizen Serve, we wanted to try and make it more readily available for people seeking out that information, whether it was a neighbor curious about what was going on or somebody with a business looking for opportunities. And we talked to not all builders, but a handful of them about what they felt was appropriate to have just out there for the general public and what was not. And to that point, business names, email addresses, and phone numbers fell off the list as something we didn't want to provide that easily. If somebody wants it again, they can get it through a records request at any time.
Well, they would get chased down by every contractor.
Exactly, that's right.
So this is sort of a loaded question, but how would you grade your department as far as our interaction between developers, business owners, contractors, on a scale of 1 to 5?
I'd say
5
6.
being best.
I'd say 6. I'm really proud of how far we've come. When I know I first started and as I was transitioning into the director role, we got a lot of complaints about customer service, particularly with building inspections and code enforcement. And it's difficult. I've always said that. It's a difficult job to tell people what to do and to work with them through the rules. And, you know, our staff has done an amazing job of working with people, friendliest group of people. I mean, Summer and Carrie and Roy and Brock and Zach and Denny and Jake. I mean, they just do a great job and bend over backwards to help people. And that's what I'm most proud of.
Well, I've heard good comments too, that we've improved, you know, our courtesy and, you know, helping people out, so. And then the last thing, you did pull permits to move those walls, right?
I'm sorry?
You pulled permits to move those walls when you opened up the office.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
By the book.
They were temporary walls.
By
so
the
we-
book, Joel.
It never ends around here. Mr. Mayor, I got
Sure.
about 3 things, and this goes back to 2020 and 2019, to thank the staff for the work that they did and the planning and zoning group to redo the sign code.
Yeah.
Major changes to this community. I've not heard any complaints out of that, and that's positive. Now, you may have heard some, but nobody picked up the phone and said, Bill, you guys did a terrible job on that. I heard was, thank God you did something.
Thank you.
Other aside is that I think that's just an admonition to this whole group that we need to focus on going forward. And what we heard tonight is the tip of the iceberg. There are going to be more county properties that butt up against ours for us to be able to deal with.
Yep.
And I don't know how that's going to work, how that's going to integrate back in together, but we have islands that need to be assimilated sooner or later. They will petition, if it's nothing but the cost of water and sewer that's coming to them. But that's just something for us to look at, and I think that we need to probably Stan and staff are already. I'd leave that as an open question to Stan about what to do. Last thing that I'd like to talk about, and just spend just a little time with me on it, is the issue of the tear downs. I got an email the other day from a gentleman in town that said he'd been waiting 10 or 12 days, and he didn't have his permission to tear his building down. So maybe you want to address that now or later. It's up to you.
I'm happy to now if you'd like me to.
That'd be fine.
Not all the time, but a majority of the time, usually what we find is information will come into the city and it'll be incomplete. And we'll still conduct our review, but we'll have plenty of comments back to the applicant that they need additional information. There are a lot of requirements that are required when somebody submits something to the city, and so staff goes through that checklist and verifies that everything's there, and if something's missing, we need it provided to us by the applicant. When we send back those comments to the applicant, then it's on their time, and how long it takes them to respond back to our comments, and that's where a lot of time is usually lost in the process, is after staff has conducted their first review, and we're waiting on response from the applicant.
Do you guys have meetings planned with the county to work through some of these issues, specifically the islands that we all know that exist?
That's been identified as our goal for 2022 as well, as to strengthen our relationship with the county and to work together. I was made aware that recently the county actually is working on their zoning code and making improvements and upgrades to it, which is great for us to hear that, because that'll help those conversations a lot easier.
Thank you, Buddy.
Any other aldermen? A few things, Joel. On that round table, I saw we had that in 2016, 17, and 19.
Yep.
We have one of those scheduled for this year?
We haven't. I'll tell you, those were largely put together by Mayor Presley and Mayor Best.
Mayor Milton would like to put one together.
Perfect.
You make that happen for me?
Absolutely.
I'd also like the aldermen to be involved with reviewing, and one of your line items up there was reviewing and updating fees.
Yes, sir.
Could you give us a consolidated list of what our fee structures are, like event fees? And if there's any, this may be a Jamie question, but if there's any, like historical, it started here and here's where it's at today.
Sure.
And any information you've gathered from surrounding communities with comparable fees.
Yeah.
I'd appreciate that.
Yep. Yep. The great thing about our code is the fees are all in code, and then we have the ability to look back at past codes, so we can pull that together for you very easily.
Thank you very much, Joel.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution accepting funding from the Missouri Department of Economic Development Community Development Block Grant CDBG program for improvements to the Compton Drive wastewater treatment plant in the amount of $2,752,038. The floor is open for a motion to adopt this resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Bill, you lost out.
Yes, I did. I don't have anything that gives me the opportunity.
We'll now have there's a reason.
Okay.
We'll now have a staff report from Jamie Rauch.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. We did apply for a long-term recovery grant for the wastewater treatment plant for Compton. We applied for that a little while back. This is one piece of the many grants we hope to get for this. $2.7 million, a little bit more than that, and we are asking for approval to receive this funds. This is about 19% of the whole total project. We have already since then received approval for the $5 million, and we are awaiting the last piece through the Economic Development Administration for the $3 million. And then the only thing that would be lacking after that is the increase in the cost of the project over the last year, and we have about a $3.6 million funding gap that we'll have to look for. But this is good news. We have been awarded grant dollars, so we're asking for acceptance of that. Thank you.
Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to this? Come on, Bo.
Bodie here, 106 South Drive. How do I word it? So I kind of want to bring up that just a few months ago, I had asked lots of questions to many people running, anybody involved with community output, stuff like that. It seems kind of funny that our whole tourism tax was 75% was development and everything like that, and a lot of people's excuse was, hey, we got to have it because our water and sewer treatment plant needs some massive improvements. And I said, well, I'm pretty sure we've seen that we've had grants, but yet everybody said that we've had it in our past, we got to have it, or we're never going to get this fixed, and we're not going to have enough money to keep things up. And poof, here we are. We already have 19% now. She just said they already have pre-approval for $5,000. It kind of seems awfully funny that we have all this money coming in. So now where is all this tourism tax money going to go now that we're getting grants from coming from somewhere else? And my question for anybody in the audience, think about it yourself. Where is this grant money coming from? It's obviously coming from tax money that they keep raising our taxes everywhere else, whether it's county, state, whatever. They're getting tax money, and now it's getting used for something that could be getting paid for by our current bills when everybody pays a water sewer bill, if there's something in there, and now obviously our tourism tax. So it seems like there's plenty of money to go around, and yet we still keep trying to raise our taxes or find money elsewhere to keep funding all these things. And I find that a lot of people were pushing this tourism tax, and obviously it got approved, all because we need it for the sewer district. So just want to raise that concern. Thanks.
Bo? I think in a nutshell, the city's identified $80 million of infrastructure work that is needed or will be needed for our city infrastructure, roads, water, sewer. We've budgeted, set aside $26 million for the Cooper Creek sewer treatment plant area. We have, we allocated money for this Compton plant, and we're roughly $4 million. We'll be using $4 million of the tourism tax funds to be able to pay for that plant. So that we had some grants. We'll use some of the tourism tax that was just approved to get that plant done because it is desperately needed. Off the top of my head, we just have putting myself in your shoes, this sounds like a lot of money. It's only 80 million. Just kidding. It's a big number. And that's what our tourism tax 3/4 of our tourism tax goes for these projects that we're talking about. It was a very needed tax. The community agreed. They voted about 75%, 72% approval rate for that. The question is, how are we spending it? Some of these things are not discretionary. I mean, have you been watching the news lately? I mean, how many water line breaks we have?
Heard of a couple.
There's neighborhood after neighborhood after neighborhood being shut down. And some of these water lines, it's the same line, just breaking. So we need to go replace those lines so they don't keep breaking. We don't have to shut neighborhoods down.
Has anybody raised the question, are we replacing them with something that's better than what was pre-existing, or is there something that's causing these to break other than time itself?
I think it was old material. They were put in 100 years ago. And it's brittle and it's breaking. And I don't know what they're replacing it with, but it's going to be a PVC type material, something that'll last for
Right.
a long time.
And as far as future development, most people think that, oh, we're gonna upfront this for those communities to help their share of taxes will pay this off in the long run. So for thinking of future development, obviously you know that I'm not in your shoes and I don't know all the finance part of it, but wouldn't we, as a small community, small circumference size, but a large amount of tax dollars from tourism, be able to use that tax dollars to pay for that extra infrastructure that's going forward, or be paid for by some of those?
A lot of it is being paid from this tourism tax. We need to
I mean from outside of tourism tax, but just simply from their tax dollars on anything they spend inside of the city.
Well, the city has more expenses than just fixing our roads, water, and sewer. That money, the tourism tax, can only be used for infrastructure. We have to pay Bill Skane's salary.
Don't other cities pay for their roads and sidewalks and so forth?
They do.
Right.
And most cities that have a 10,000 population only have this many roads, this many water towers, this much sewer.
Right, but that's the point that I'm making is yes, we have a small area, but we also have couple million people that are spending their tax dollars here to pay for, I mean, I would sure think that they're spending more money in taxes here than the actual residents. I guess I don't know how else to word it. I'm just saying that we have a ton of tourists that come here and spend a lot of money on taxes, and that tax money should be helping compensate for their utilization.
That's exactly what's
Other
happening.
than the tourism tax. I mean, I think they spend a ton of money just on the sales tax and stuff. But, okay, thank you.
Thanks, Bo.
Maybe just for helpful clarification, for tourism tax, we get about 12 million every year, but 75% of that is for infrastructure, 25 is for marketing. When you realize that just for water sewer infrastructure, over time, we have 88 million plus, that doesn't account for the other infrastructure. It's a long-term plan of what we have to accomplish and build up to, so maybe that will help a little bit.
The west side of town, Bo, we have to put in a new water tower and run those water mains into the city, because the west side of our city has very low water pressure, issues with the fire department, some businesses, issues with flushing. So as a city, we're responsible to provide the water. We're trying to use it we're trying to have the tourist help us pay the majority of that. Thank you.
And regarding this grant, we have to plan like we're not going to get the grant because we don't know if we're going to. We always will go and try to get the grants and just hope that they're approved. And so we're very thankful for this approval and the approval we just received this week that'll be coming in a few weeks to you all as well. So,
thank you. Any aldermen have any comments?
3 years too late. I'm glad it's here.
Any other comments? Ready to vote? Let's vote. Move this along. Did you vote?
You need to vote on my salary while you're at it. $10.
You're gonna miss half of that.
The motion carries 6-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 9.
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution accept funding from the Missouri Department of Economic Development Block Grant CDBG program for the Elevate Branson Elevate Community Housing in the amount of $1,940,000. I'm going to get that one up there for you. And the floor is open for a motion to adopt this resolution.
We have a motion and a second. We'll now have a staff report from Jimmy Rouse.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the board. We did receive another approval from a grant, and this is for the sub-applicant for the Elevate Branson, for the Elevate Community Project. So we received the $1.9 million for the public infrastructure piece of that project, which will cover water distribution, sanitary sewer, storm sewers, streets, sidewalks, et cetera, for that project. So once again, we are extremely thankful for the grant monies that we were awarded here, and we are asking for approval and happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Oh, here we go. Oh, I know.
Bodie Yeager, 106 South Drive. I just want to bring up the thought, has anybody ever considered, and I understand he's a developer, I get that aspect of it, has anybody tried or looked at other routes of trying to utilize previous existing hotels or large structures of that kind to try and house lower income individuals instead of, we just went through, we got to have more infrastructure, sewer and stuff to accommodate for these new complexes. Well, if we already have complexes that are already attached to this infrastructure, why have we, I'm not gonna say we haven't, have we looked into trying to utilize those? Because what's the difference between a hotel and a condo? You just do a little bit of renovation, all your groundwork and everything is all in place, and you're reutilizing a structure that's probably not very appealing to the eye. I think it would obviously could potentially save some money on the whole building aspect of it. It would save us on the infrastructure of it. I just would like to see maybe utilize the buildings that are currently there, as many of them are eyesores and many of them are already in good locations to where they're centrally located, which is the intent of the Elevate Branson. That and the question I have is, just because we're intending on putting in low-income individuals there with hefty background checks, how do we even know that many of these that are living in these poor situations going to be accepted into there if there's a background check? And if so, then they're not actually going to get filled with the individuals that need it. And if you start allowing them in there, how do you know that the place isn't just going to get destroyed like the hotels are eventually succumbing to? So just kind of my point of view on looking at other avenues of maybe saving a couple bucks here and saving some grant money and reutilizing and maybe making the hotels or complexes look more appealing. Thank you.
Bo? Yeah. Great question. However, the question needs to be reversed. I'm the city. You are a developer. My question to you is, as a developer, we have some hotels. So couldn't they be converted to some low-income housing developer? No?
Absolutely. Yeah, if somebody has
Chop, chop.
If somebody has enough money to go that route.
We're waiting for your application to convert some of these. That's not the city's role.
Oh, I hear you, and I'm just putting that out there for anybody else.
You
that's
and I just sit
listening.
and have a beer.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Which is where we come into the grant money. So, there's always grants out there if you want to be a part of that. The city of Branson is actually going to spend $0 on this project. I just wanted to point that out to you all. The CDBG grant, which is Community Development Block Grant, Disaster Recovery, they were awarded 1.9 by the state, and then the sub-applicant is going to spend 2.2 million, and then they have received private donor monies of 2.4, so that accounts for the entire cost of the project. So we are just basically the applicant so that they can receive some of these monies.
Jamie, I was on the phone call with the state, with you and several others, and there's no such thing as free money.
True.
The hoops.
Absolutely.
I'm telling you.
100% agree with you there.
That was amazing amount of red tape.
Yes.
Amazing.
It's a lot of work. But the benefits outweigh the.
Oh, absolutely. And it's a good cause. Thank you, Brian. Any other comments except from Bo? Any comments from the alderman?
Just one. So Jamie, I think this is what you just said, but that money is specifically earmarked for this project.
It is, absolutely. So we have applied for quite a few grants, just to help with some background. We've applied for quite a few grants, and the way that we're going to set that up is per grant project, like Elevate Branson. We're setting up a separate fund and account to track for that money separately. Same way with the wastewater treatment plant grant and some of the other grants that I hope to get in the future.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the alderman?
I'd like to hear Brian come up and grovel for this money. No, I'm kidding. It's a good cause, and I'm happy that we're able to support this.
Brian, don't sell it past the, don't
I'll
sell
make it
past
quick.
the close.
I will make it quick. Brian Stallings, 137B Lake Hills Drive, and I just want to hit on two things. One, Joel's department has been fantastic through this process. I've been here 34 years and had several businesses that I've started and remodeled and gone through planning and zoning. And I got to tell you, this has been the best experience ever. So that department has really come a long ways. Thank you. I'm excited about that. And then number two, just thank you for your guys' support in this project. I was saying earlier at the break, you can just feel momentum right now in Branson, and I think it starts with your guys' leadership. And I think this is going to be an exciting project to see come to fruition, and much needed, because these are individual homes, and I think people are going to be just blown away how nice this project looks. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you very much, Brian. Any other questions from the alderman? Hearing none, let's vote.
The motion carries 6-0.
Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Is this where we get to use this?
Your Honor, the next item is a resolution approving the sale of property by the city of Branson, Missouri. The floor is open for a motion adopting this resolution.
We'll need to make a motion in a second. We have a motion and a second. We'll now get a staff report from Keith.
Sounds like it.
Mayor,
All
members-
ears.
Mayor, members of the board, I've been asked to bring this resolution to you all to possibly sell the statues. We have 3 statues. We have one 50-man statue, one 12-man, and a 3-man statue. That's the 3-man one there. There's the 12-man one. I think everybody probably knows what all these look like and everything, and they're located in 2 or 3 different spots. There is one item that I just recently found out about. There is an internal loan against these statues from the, get my eyes on here. Thought I could see it without them. I wrote it big. There's an internal loan of $512,000 remaining against the statues, and it's for 5 years at 1% interest from the general fund owes the tourism fund this amount of money to be paid back. So,
General fund owes who?
tourism fund,
Tourism tax fund?
yes, sir. Approximately, I think it's $512,000.
What? Okay. Here
Jamie.
comes Jamie.
Anyway, I'll let her.
Go ahead and then I'll ask. Maybe I won't have to ask.
I'm just here to assist in case
Yeah.
it's me.
I didn't know any of the details.
How did we
on it.
go, you want to explain how we got from there to here? Thanks.
Yes. So 5 years ago, we did an internal loan fund. So we did not have the money in the general fund to pay for these statutes outright. So we went ahead and did a loan from the tourism fund to the general fund. We crafted it through Gilmore and Bell and sent it to our auditors to make sure that it was appropriate. And that's how we got to that. So there is $512,000 left. We have 5 years left, and it was at a 1% interest. We're getting ready to pay another payment in June. So that's kind of the history behind that.
So when the city bought these statues, the purchase price was $1 million,
It was.
and we put X dollars down,
We paid for it with tourism money, so we paid for it.
paid for the whole thing in cash.
But it's not a tourism item, so we were approved to do an internal fund loan. So it really should have come out of the general fund. General fund didn't have the money to pay for it, so they did an interfund loan. So general fund is paying back the tourism fund over a 10-year period at a 1% interest rate.
So what was the purchase price?
$1 million.
$1 million even, paid for it outright, and then borrowed money.
Internal fund.
Internal against the tourism tax? Wow. Why?
Don't
Is that a
look
fair-
at, don't look at me. I had nothing to do with it. I will say this.
Wow.
I believe firmly there are times you look at aldermen from my position and you say, no, don't do this. That's all I have to say.
That was one of these times.
Wow. That's all. I don't even know what else to say, but can we sell, how much do you think we can sell these for?
The last time we went out to bid, the highest bid we received was $15,000.
Oh, my gosh.
There's a no.
That was a great investment.
Okay. I was in discussions with a group, and what they were suggesting tied into these, and so I threw out the question if they would have an interest in purchasing these. And they said, well, Mayor, would you sell them to us? I said, well, I'm just the mayor, right? I said, but I'll inquire. So I go talk to Stan, and Stan said, we've had a couple inquiries over the years. However, the aldermen have not given approval to seek a sale. And so what we're asking for tonight is for the Board of Aldermen to approve, to give the authorization to admin to seek a sale. We don't know what the dollar amounts are gonna be. It's just, I'm asking for the aldermen just to say to the staff, yes, we're interested in bring us what you got.
Would we have a set, I mean, before they settled on a price, we would vote on?
Yeah, yes.
Absolutely.
We would have a bottom dollar price
okay.
going out, and we would, of course, have right to first refusal.
Yeah.
What we could do, we could advertise all three of them, all three sets, or one or two of them, or however many you all decide.
Those would look good at the, one of those at like each track family fun park location.
As a ride.
You know, I mean, they can afford it now, you know, they got big things happening. We get about 500 grand out of that, Craig, that'd be good. Just a suggestion.
Craig,
I make a motion to sell to Trax Family Fun Park.
Craig, do you think that the small one would look good in front of the Clay Cooper Theater? Okay, any comments from the audience? Any comments from the alderman?
I want to pick nit just a minute.
Okay.
The way this thing is worded says that we're seeking a resolution approving the sale, not seeking a sale. That's two different items.
Chris Lebeck?
Good eye, Bill.
Alderman Skanes, it's a good observation. If you look at the resolution, what you are approving is the Board of Aldermen hereby approves selling the 3 bronze U.S. Armed Services veterans statues housed at various locations by following the city's purchasing procedures. So what this resolution basically does is you're authorizing the city or giving them permission to use our competitive bidding to seek the best and most appropriate price for these and sell them. So with that, what'll come back before the board would be a contract for whatever price has been negotiated through the competitive bidding process.
I'm just still, the way I read that, I thought that somebody had made an offer instead of seeking a sale. I feel more comfortable with wording that we're seeking to sell this and floating the idea, like the mayor said, versus the way the resolution is presently compromised, written. How about that? I'll come up with a word.
But this isn't the resolution, this language.
I read that directly from the resolution, Mr. Mayor. What I would suggest, it sounds like, and again, I'm not trying to speak for the board here, but it sounds like the board is wanting more to allow the city potentially to look at this as a potential sale, not to actually go out and sell it.
We want to actively pursue a sale for the board to consider the price and terms.
So what I would recommend, again, this is just a suggestion, but maybe the board postpone this item so that the city can have the opportunity to redraft the resolution to fit with the city, with the board's needs and the board's desires, and then represent that back at a later date.
I'm okay with that.
Okay? If you come to the mic and give your name and address and talk nicely. Are you presenting an offer? I've got my pen and paper. Jamie, get the deposit slip.
Jerry Buckley, 202 Windy Ridge, Hollister. Hey, I was party to the transition of the 12-man going into Veterans Garden. And I've worked with Ben Kennel over the years as a volunteer. And I can't tell you how many times I've seen the veterans up there crying. And it's real emotional when you see these guys. It relives that people have come together. It's part of our Veterans Week a lot. And I would recommend that possibly if you could leave the 12-man out of the picture here. The 50-man, I'm not sure I can speak for that statue. I can speak for the one in Liberty Plaza. I see it almost every other day. I don't see a lot of activity down there. But this is a veterans town, and those three-dimensional statues, they're priceless. And if you could save a piece of it for posterity, I would highly recommend, you consider leaving a piece of the action out of the question. Maybe you save the 50 because you can't sell it. Maybe you sell the 12 because you can, whatever. But save a piece of the veterans' hearts. They're here every year. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Is that the one that's at the,
Downtown.
the one up on the strip at the?
No, downtown.
Oh, downtown?
Yes.
And the 3 is in Liberty Plaza. The 12 is at the Veterans Garden by the fire
Oh, the
station.
Veterans Garden.
And the 50-man is out in front of the World War II Museum.
World War II Museum, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, can I offer another option too?
Sure.
City Clerk Westfall and I were just discussing this, and she offered an idea. If the intent is what we discussed, if that's the board's intent, it might be cleaner just to quite out, frankly, vote this sucker down as it's written, and we will represent it to the board since it is a resolution.
That'd be great. So, board, it's encouraged. Yeah.
Are you ready to?
Ready to vote? Ready to vote. Vote.
Oh, we got it. And it fails.
Just like that.
She said surprisingly. Okay. Madam Clerk, we're up to item 11 already.
Your Honor, this next item is a resolution consenting to the assignment and assumption agreement between Recreational Investment and Management Incorporated and the Track Branson, OPCO LLC. The floor is open for a motion adopting the resolution.
There's been a motion and a second. We'll have a staff report from Chris Lebec.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the board. Back when I was the tender age of 5 years old, the city, and that was in 1982, entered into a lease agreement with Recreational Investment and Management Corporation. As a part of that lease agreement, provision number 11 in the lease required any time that that company wanted to either sublet or assign their lease interest to another party, it has to come before the board. So that's what's here before you today, is they're going to be seeking your permission to do some work with regards to their property that they're currently leasing from the city. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Westcott and let him fill you in with the details.
Use the word mister.
Craig Westcott, 3388 Green Mountain Drive. Before I get to my item, can you picture across the Clay Cooper stage that 50-man statue and him dressed in green and just popping out from there? I have ideas for you as well. I've never gotten the giggles from an alderman, but man, thank you for giving me that. I was hoping I could gather myself here.
I was serious. Go ahead.
Thank you, board. Thank you, Mayor, for hearing this item tonight. My business partner and I, Mike Russell, are entering into a great new partnership. To take you down a little bit of memory lane, Mr. Lebec started us down there a little bit. So our fathers and their partners and their team did some wonderful things here for 20 years. Our partners, Mike and I and our previous partner and our current team took that next chapter of 20 years. Been very exciting. And we're very excited for this next chapter that we look to enter into. We have this last year been in conversations with some gentlemen, started just before kind of the world fell apart. And then we took a very long pause button, not knowing what was going to happen. And we've been back in those great conversations. And frankly, through time and through visits and hundreds of hours of emails and discussions and phone calls, we couldn't be more excited. We're excited for our employees, for the opportunities our employees are going to have. We are excited for our business. We are excited for this community. They are ready to invest in us, invest in our people, invest in our parks, invest in Branson, and we get to, ride along with them as well. I'm going to, if you'll indulge me, I'm going to read, we sent some messaging to our staff today. Some of our leadership team, of course, new here recently because they had to kind of get involved in some of the processes, but just a little Q&A and just so everybody's kind of on the same page here with this new partnership. Will the name of the company remain the same? Yes. We are the Track Family Fun Parks. Only the corporate entity name changes, as was read just a few minutes ago. Are Craig and Mike still owners of the company? Yes, they will still be owners and serve on the board of directors of the new entity. Will the Track Family Fun Parks still be locally run and operated? Yes. Craig will still be president. Mike will still be vice president. All of our current leadership team members will stay in their same roles and the reporting relationships will stay the same. Can the track crew expect any major changes, especially as it relates to our family culture? No. One of the most exciting things to our new partners is our people and the family culture that we've created through the years. What are our new partners' roles? Their roles are simply to support our leadership and crew members, to invest in our current properties, and to help our company grow strategically. They will not be involved in day-to-day operations. And lastly, when is this partnership transition occurring, and how do we know when it has happened? And again, we were talking to everything from our 14-year-old crew up to our seasonal managers, supervisors, et cetera. The answer to that question is the next chapter of the Track Family Fun Park should start around June 1st, but our goal and the reality is that you won't ever know anything happened. So our partners, we asked them, every which way, and we have gotten to know each other very well through lots of due diligence that we're still in the middle of, and we couldn't be more excited for Branson, for the appetite to invest in this town. They love this town. So one of the many items on the list is consent from the Board of Aldermen for the assignment of the lease from our current corporate entity to the new one, of which Mike and I and these two other individuals, two other companies will be involved. So ask for that consent tonight, and we get to get rolling on some pretty exciting stuff here coming soon.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Any,
Appreciate it.
I'm sorry?
any comments from the audience?
Oh, did I jump the gun?
Yes, you did.
Marshall Howden, 106 Rose O'Neill. So when we were talking about this earlier last year, when we were easing some of their rent, there was a bit of discussion about maybe a hesitancy from the city in the past to sell this or provide this up for sale to the tenants. I wonder if that's ever been discussed. Obviously, I think that might be a question for Craig here, but just curious about that.
Thank you, Marshall. Any?
Can I say something?
Not yet.
I mean, I didn't quite
Okay.
understand. Are you talking about the city selling the land to the new entities? I got you. Okay.
Can I go forward?
I didn't
Did you want,
understand.
I don't know if you want to address that.
Oh, absolutely. We have, I mean, that's been a discussion. There's been, wow, dating back, I think 3 mayors ago, we've had discussions about the lease and kind of where we were, and some of you were on the board when we kind of went through a lease reduction for our company to become more kind of fair and equitable with our partner, or excuse me, our neighbors. We've talked about buying that property. I think that just knowing the neighborhood's appetite, I'm sure that that would be great, and we would certainly entertain that at a certain point. Tonight is just kind of a step for this exciting partnership that we're forming, but wouldn't be surprised to see us back here talking about land at some point in the near future.
Thank you. Any other questions from the audience? Nothing, Bo? Any questions from the aldermen?
Yes, sir. Craig, will you continue to be the signatory authority for the new company?
Yes.
Okay.
You get my, unless Mike wants to take my spot up here, you get my ugly mug for the next
He said no.
good while. Yes.
This is good for Branson.
Any other comments?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I said that and got in trouble.
You did it out of order, though. That's
You
the
did it out of
difference.
turn.
That's true. I've been known to do that.
Craig, so going from the one corporation to the other, is it an actual sale and your entity is going to be a part owner?
So
The new corporation?
Mike and I will continue to be owners in the new corporation. It's technically a asset purchase, and then we are remaining on as owners of the company as well.
Okay, I read the lease, and like Chris said, it was signed back in 1982, which was 39 years ago. It's a long time. The First Amendment was in November of '88, Second Amendment, May of 2010, Third Amendment, November 19, and then recently the Fourth Amendment was last November.
Correct.
In the Third Amendment that was signed in 19, the percentage rent decreased. Up until 19, so for 38 years, it was a base rent that had increases, scheduled increases, and it had a 5% percentage lease.
Correct.
And that changed to 3.75% for some tenants,
Or subleasees. That's correct.
subleasees, and 4% for the rest.
Correct.
This current lease expires in 2052, which is another 31 years. I communicated with our finance department, and what I asked was, since we're at a pausing point, looking at the remaining 31 years, using a 1% annual increase in the revenue over 31 years, and I think that's annual, and I think that's conservative. The math says the city will receive $3.2 million less in revenue from that adjustment in the lease over 31 years, which is about $100,000 a year. I would like to be fair to you guys. I want the city to receive a fair amount, so my suggestion would be to go through an appraisal process to determine what is fair market lease amount. These figures were agreed to 39 years ago, and then they were reduced. And my experience has always been when we have 30, 40-year leases, having maybe not annual, but 5-year CPI adjustments, something. Because we don't know what's going to happen, right? When in 1982, if I'm not mistaken, and I know I'll be off on this, but give or take, prime interest rate was 16 to 19%, right? And today it's half. FHA rates to get a home loan was 12 and 13%. So back in those times, that's when you're thinking of, okay, what's a fair lease? In today's times, it's the polar opposite, right? Interest rates are nothing and home loans are 3.5%. So before we agree to have this lease assigned for 31 more years, I would suggest to our aldermen that I would encourage a motion asking for an appraisal process to determine what is fair market lease rate. And there again, it'd be fair to both sides. Could be too high, could be too low.
Can I make two
Sure.
comments? One, I don't think that's on the table. This is simply an assignment. And I think you made the comment, I think you made this comment, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it was readjusted in 2019, that was to make it more consistent with some of the land leases with your surrounding neighbors. In other words, can you elaborate on that a little bit? Were you paying more or less or?
I got to relive this? I'm just kidding. Yes, majority of our neighbors pay 3%. Some of them knock down to 2% at a certain revenue level. And some of them are very different. Whitewater's was, I think, 1978, and it was probably the first leasee, so its agreement's very different. So, they were at 3%, and there's a base rent besides the percentage. Most of those are $25,000, ours is $80,000. And again, we're a bigger property, but when you do the math on price per acre of how that base is figured, we were just kind of on the top end, not top in a good way, of all those things. And this was a conversation that, really started 3 mayors ago, but just through the years, depending on kind of who the board was, or elected officials, or city administrator. Kind of in 17 is when we had a meeting with Administrator Dobbins, and it took a while to get the process done, but ultimately we got to what was not necessarily equal to our neighbors, but it was a compromise. We were at 5%, they were at 3%, and so we went to 4%. Subleasees are a little different because you really have to overcharge them more than they're used to, because we're passing at that time 5% straight through. So we agreed to do 3.75 for subleasees. We've got Andy's frozen custard, and that he's addicted to, and many others that bring great revenue to the city from a tourism tax and a lease standpoint. Pizza World doing great things, that sort of thing. So anyway, yes, the maybe longer story than you want, but there was just a long time effort to kind of just get us to a closer point with our neighbors that are sitting on the same piece of land.
So basically, in short, you're more consistent with some of the other land leases in the
Correct.
area now. And as somebody who's been a partner in the community, whose family's been a partner in the community for a long time, who brings a lot of value to our community, I appreciate that. And I just wanted to get clarification on that, because I understand what Mayor Milton's saying, but at least what I'm hearing is it's fairly consistent with what's in the area, and maybe even higher than some of the folks. So, and I guess I just would reiterate that I don't think an appraisal is what I would just suggest. I don't think that's what we're considering. So we're simply just voting on whether this should be assigned or not. So thank you.
We are being asked to consider for an assignment. My recommendation is based on, and I was involved with those conversations, and these were negotiated so long ago, nobody here could possibly say that a lease that was negotiated 39 years ago, or the subsequent ones that were at a lower rate, is fair market value. So I just think it would be fair to our taxpayers, and it would be fair to the new partnership to see what fair market rates are for this property.
Mayor?
Yes.
And I don't think you're saying that, you're just wanting to see where is that needle? I mean, well, you're not, it ain't like you're trying to charge him more or this or that. You're just, what is it? And then we figure out from that point,
Yes.
right? Yeah. I mean, it could work out in his favor.
That's right. It could be too high.
Yeah.
Nope.
Mr. Mayor,
This is Alderman time.
I don't want to throw a monkey wrench into any of this thing that's going on. As used to being a landlord, I had 27 shops that I had to do that with, and the assignment of lease is pretty straightforward. You don't renegotiate the terms of the contract. The middle of that may be throwing a monkey wrench in the activity and the purchase this or assumption of part ownership. So my question would go back to you. If we did something like this and move forward with it, would it be your expert opinion that we would be quite possibly throwing a monkey wrench into this activity?
Yes.
Craig, could you explain why, please? Just so I can understand.
Well, I think we have been operating with financials and all that, as you guys certainly understand. Where we've been, we've talked about the lease multiple times. We've actually, talked about the lease, gave the history of the lease. Well, why is it different than the other properties? We don't know, but in fall of 2019, we were able to narrow that. I just think that's sure not what we were coming for here tonight, and I just think it would. I mean, if it's a delay, there's possible. I'm hearing there would be a delay in time for appraisals, and then there's the potential of, well, what if it comes back at X, and that's higher than the other leases that are there till 2040? Do we go back to where we get the however you want to say it, the top end of all of those things? I just think it could get the city in a little bit of trouble back to just inequities of leases and things like that, which then, just if we want to go back to Marshall's question and point a few minutes ago, and to be very honest, and I think many of you, if we've had this conversation, or others that have sat there, or old mayors, this is one reason why many believe a city shouldn't be a landlord. They should be concerned with the streets and police and fire and infrastructure and all those sorts of things, because it causes some things like this, and I think that they're unneeded. If we had freedom and to do what we wanted on the property and charge subleases, more properly, et cetera, that's only going to help the city and help taxes and what have you. So I'm sure not asking that tonight, but that is something that I hope that this board will entertain. I can tell you just anecdotally, our neighbors as well as ourselves have had this conversation many times and would love to get into these conversations. And I think that was a good thing for the city. I mean, I know, for instance, the Shanghai Theater, Gilly's Barbecue or whatever that restaurant used to be, Cindy said she can't lease that because you have to charge too much when you're passing through even 3%, where it just doesn't work so well. So it's I think we'd just rather see a move to a partnership and hopefully us come back here, a move to a consent for this assignment. Because I'm just afraid, A, timing, and B, what happens if they say you should be charging 8%? Are you really gonna go back to the other leases and get in that mess? I fear that's setting yourself up as a board.
Well, let's think that through. Number one, I couldn't agree more. We should not be landlords, right? The city should be out of that business, for sure. But since we are in the business, we're responsible for the taxpayers. So in your example, if it did come back as fair market value was 8%, and we chose not to pursue that, are we being fair to the taxpayers? Could we do anything under the existing leases? Not until there was a change. Assignment of lease, or a sale, or an event occurring, we couldn't do anything. But when an event did occur, then we would know what the fair market value would be. And at that time, I think it would be only prudent for this board to negotiate with the other surrounding property owners.
When is this come up for renewal, or when is?
In
2052.
Oh, my gosh.
They're 35-year leases. And how they're, the percentages, I mean, I think the early years, our base kind of went up for a couple years straight. I think the percentage has always been the same, the minimum payment. So there's a base payment of $80,000, for instance. And then once you take your revenue times your 5%, there's a minimum. And that goes up every 5 years. So I think in 5-year increments, it goes up $5,000. Well,
right.
I mean, I don't know the business of every one of our neighbors, but the minimum we don't look at as far as what we do is we're hoping to grow our business. Prices change, wages change, all that changes. And that's kind of, I think, carrying forward the additions, like you said, like a CPI or whatever. I think that naturally happens just by prices and that sort of thing. So, yeah.
If you had mentioned that Cindy Thomas said that she had a hard time leasing the restaurant there, when we bought the theater we're in 11 years ago, the first place we went to was Gilly's Theater. My partner and I from Texas, and we loved that theater, wanted that theater, and the only reason we didn't purchase is because we didn't own the land. I mean, you're talking, that's a lot of, the base price plus like 3% of your gross or something. It's like, my goodness. So that's why we went down the street. So I totally get that. That's tough. I mean, it's a turnoff. It was a turnoff for us.
Mayor?
Yes.
So, I don't know if you stated it, but if you could restate, what's the duration of time that you've been paying, not overpaying, but a premium or a higher rate? What was the duration of time that was going on?
Well, from 1982 till 2020.
That's what I thought. So, and I think if we were to pursue anything like, having these property appraised, we would almost have to do it by entity, wouldn't we? We'd have to do the tracks and then the theater and
It's a land lease. It's one land lease for the entire property.
So we wouldn't be one who is assessing the other properties also?
No, it would be fair market value for that many acres. I guess it has 750
So you're
feet
saying
of frontage.
the appraisement would apply down the road to the other property?
There might be minor adjustments for how much frontage and those things, but
Gotcha.
be close.
So basically, you've been paying a premium since day one.
Sure, yeah, and, that's stuff we had, armed with in 2019, and sure, we know the numbers of what, if we would have had 3% from 1982, we know all that, and that wasn't numbers we ever publicly discussed, but they're large, certainly large. So we were happy to get finally to that just right moment in time with the right people to talk to be able to have the discussion. Stan and Jamie, we worked hard together to come to a compromise, and it wasn't, again, exactly what, say, our neighbor had, but it was closer. And that certainly felt good as the tenant on the same piece of land.
Right. So I'm just going to, assume that you've been working with those numbers in this transition.
Oh, 100%,
Right.
yes.
And I sort of think like Bill does too, is trying to toss a curveball into this at this point. I don't know how prudent that would be at this point.
Well, it might jeopardize your deal. Is that what you're saying, right?
Yeah, it would, yes. There's just been kind of, here's the facts we're going off of for a year, basically. And it would change that. So, yeah, I just think it'd be a slippery slope with, and I understand your point. You want it to be fair market value. I just soon move on with the consent to assign and really talk through as a group that, do we want to be a landlord? I think I know some of the answers based on the folks that are up here. But because I can just tell you, it gives you, it's like our other properties. we have absolutely, at points, we finally just had to, but early years when our chapter started in 2000, we developed at track 5 and we developed at track 3. We avoided it because we gave away 5% right off the top. So we eventually needed to do something. We built heavy metal high rise. That was, I think you said 2010. We were going to invest a couple $1 million in 2011. So we wanted to make sure when our lease was up in, I think, 17 or 18, 5 years later, we weren't going to suddenly be out on the street, quote unquote. And then it was just the best spot for the Branson Ferris wheel. We tried to put it in a neighboring little bit over here and get off of city property, frankly, 5%, et cetera, et cetera. Having access like we do at track 3 and track 5 to just do what we can. And now with these partners, I feel like it's going to be really exciting times to do that. So, I certainly understand your point. But we're really ready to move forward with what I came here for tonight, and hope that you'll consider that.
Any other comments?
I call for the question, Mayor.
Yep. Let's vote.
Hit the recycle button up there. If it gets stuck, hit that button right up there.
The motion carries 6-0.
Thank you, Craig.
Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, item 12, please.
Your Honor, the next item is the public hearing and first reading of Bill Number 5986, an ordinance approving annexation of the property located at 134 Country Bluff Drive, Branson, Missouri. Please note this item is being requested to be postponed, but you may want to hear from Director Hornigle, I don't know. But we probably don't want to put a motion on the floor at this time.
You have something to share, Joel?
I'm happy to share the information now, but if you'd like to postpone it, I can wait to do it at a later time.
I move to postpone the final reading of Bill 5986 to a date not to exceed May 25th, 2021.
Do I hear a second?
I did.
Well, let us fix that.
Oh, quick finger over there.
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 Oh.
Okay, let's have a vote. While they're voting, does anybody in the audience have anything they want, questions they have? Any aldermen? Hearing none?
Thank you. The motion to postpone
Joel.
carries.
Madam Clerk, item 13.
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 5987, an ordinance approving the contract with the Office of State Courts Administrator for Show Me Courts and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor be open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 5987.
Needing a motion, and wow, you guys vote before I even ask for
They're
it.
faster than I am.
We have a motion, second, now have a staff report from Lisa Westfall.
And this staff
Is-
report would be for items number 13 and 14. It's my pleasure to introduce Judge Tom Motley, who serves as a municipal judge for the city and has served our city for over 18 years as the judge. He has been working on this judicial issue for over a year and has the full knowledge and background to present for you tonight. Judge Motley.
Thank you. Thank you, Alderman, for having me appear before you. It's been a long night. I'm going to try and not bore you with a whole bunch of statistics here, but and facts that you really don't care about.
Thank you for your patience.
In a simple explanation, the Office of State Court Administrator is what governs courts in the state of Missouri. The Court of Branson is set up as a court of the 46th Judicial Circuit. The State Court Administrator's Office has dictated that if we want to continue as a court, we have to use their software. It's called Show Me Courts. They provide the software to the city. They don't charge us for it. Somebody made a comment earlier today, nothing's free. Well, it's not. The take on this is that as a defendant comes in, there is an additional court cost that gets assessed to that defendant. The court cost then cycles through the court. The city doesn't keep it. It's not a fee that the city charges. It's a court cost. We then funnel that to the state. We do that presently with court costs that we have. We have certain court costs that go to various different items inside the city that the state says we have to send them that direction. This is just another cost the state says we have to charge. It is going to be used, as I understand it, by the state to prop up this software system. If any of you are presently, I know Alderman Fenton is certainly aware of that, you can get on something called CaseNet. When this is all done, that's what this court will be. You will be able to get on CaseNet with the Branson Municipal Court. You will be able to see your case, and the hope is that that will make for a better process with not only the defendants who appear, but also for anybody that just wants to have transparency and see what's going on. I'm here in front of you tonight. There's two things that need to be done. The first one is a contract that the mayor would have to execute. There is a component to that. The State Court Administrator's Office has a form, and they are very particular about their form. So you have their form with some exhibits that are attached to it. That needs to be looked at. The second component, and it's part of the next agenda item, is the city has a ordinance that presently charges a board bill. That ordinance is quite old. We're not supposed to be doing that. So we need to, A, get rid of the board bill, and then B, have an ordinance that says that the city is authorized to collect the $7 court cost fee. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them to the best of my abilities.
Any questions from the audience? Alderman, have any questions?
Go ahead. Well, time frames here. What sort of time frame have they given us? 30, 60, 90 days in order to implement this, or it needs to be implemented immediately?
We need to have it turned on no later than August 1st.
Thank you.
This question may be for Chris as well. You guys don't let me in the municipal court over there because I don't know what I'm doing, so. correct me if I'm wrong, but under, is it Senate Bill 5 that capped the amount of the fine that can be charged on a ordinance violation or misdemeanor in the municipal code, correct? It caps it at $225 for a first offense.
It's 225 total, yes.
So I guess my question is, this reduces the revenue to the city from a fine by an additional $7, correct?
Yes, sir. On a maximum, it would, yes.
Okay. So, of course, with the additional court costs that are paid, that's just another reduction in the ultimate revenue on a fine, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it, we hear a lot about the municipal courts being transferred over to the county. Is this, how does this affect your court and the ability to continue to operate that? Do you see this as being prohibitive to being able to move forward if this $7 charge gets added?
No, if we don't add this, we can't have a court. It's that simple. The state says if we don't use their system, we are not allowed to continue having a court operation here. That's.
Any other questions?
So it's all or nothing.
Yeah, as you know, this is the same system that has been implemented statewide. Now, I will tell you, the southwest quadrant, they divided the state into quadrants. The southwest quadrant was the first quadrant that got hit with this. They're up in St. Louis County. They're also, I think, now going into the southeast side of the state. So they're going to be hitting places like Cape Girardeau. They have a whole team of people that offer help, and some call it help, some don't, but they offer assistance. And they have pretty much said it's either our way or the highway. That's, in simple terms, that's about as simple as I can put it to you.
And I guess that's why so in other words, if we want to continue to have a municipal court, we've got to take this $7 reduction and have this software.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So you're recommending a yes vote?
I am telling you that if you guys wish to have a court and continue on, this is the avenue that is required to go.
Alderman, you ready to vote?
I just have a quick question. So, walk me through this here. If we decide to take our municipal court over to Taney County, we would not need this?
No, sir, you would not have a
Right.
court. You would not have anything.
But what we're approving here as far as this hooking up with what the state is requiring.
That's correct.
Right. So contractually, how would we get out of that if we were to decide to move municipal court over to Taney County?
I believe, and I would certainly defer to Mr. Lebeck, but I certainly believe that at any point you guys have the right to say you wish to not have a court.
I got you.
Can I chime in on that, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
Yeah, the board basically, under state law, has a couple of options with regards to how our municipal court operates. The first is we can have one here in the city, okay? Judge Motley's done a fantastic job with that for longer than I've been practicing law, I believe. And that's how the city of Branson's functioned up to this point, okay? State law also provides as a provision that the municipal court, the prosecution of our ordinance violations, can be transferred to an associate circuit judge, okay? So right now in Taney County, just to give you perspective, we are the last standing municipal court. City of Hollister, City of Forsyth, Merriam Woods, and I'm missing one, Rockaway Beach, have all transferred their municipal courts to the associate circuit judges. So Judge Yarnell right now handles, I believe, City of Hollister. That goes live in June. And then Judge Amy handles the other municipalities. So that is an option available. I just want the board to be aware. There's also a third potential, and this is something that we've kind of started the preliminary look into, and that is in charter counties. Taney County is not a charter county. The individual municipalities can contract together and basically form a municipal division under the circuit court. So we would have like a Judge Motley that serves everybody, okay? There's no statutory prohibition from us trying to do that in a first-class county that Taney County is. So that's also kind of, I call it a hybrid option. It's a third option out there. But the effect of all of this, if you continue our municipal court as is right now. It's business as usual. The only change is a lot of the data entry, a lot of the work now falls on the city attorney prosecutor. So I have to do a lot of what was traditionally in the old days, the court function. Okay, we're having to re-engineer our interfaces as well. So right now, data flows from the police department to the courts. Actually, prior to April 1st, whenever we made this switch over, it flowed from the police department to the courts processed, and then the prosecutor would take that information from the court and file the tickets. That all has to be changed with this switchover. So the prosecutor's office in the city is now going to operate essentially like a state prosecution office, where PD will send stuff to me, I will file it directly into the courts. I will have to do the data entry and put all that information into the courts. Okay, that function right there, doesn't matter which option you go, that will still have to exist. The only, and I don't want to jump into the financials of this, but there are some financial considerations with regards to whatever option that this board decides. But ultimately, that is on the table, that is available. Other municipalities have gone that route. And I'll leave it at that. And I think the judge may have had conversations with Judge Merrill about this, and we can share that with the court.
Thank you, Chris. Stan, would you mind giving this board your 2 cents on this?
I think he's asked me this because he heard me today. And this comes from my law enforcement side and from what I believe is the true purpose of the court. Hollister, we visited with Hollister today, and I can tell you they are not happy with the fact that they made the decision to move their court over to the county. Part of that was because of what I believe is that we have people that live in our community, and in particular, I say young people, that make mistakes. If you go with the county system, you will get county justice. And unfortunately, the county does not have the time to truly adjudicate and bring about change possibly in the individual's life at that level. This is why I always say that police work and the court system should never be about money. I know money plays into everything, but it should never be about money. When I came here, there was this weird write a bunch of ticket thing, and no, that's wrong. That's not my life. I was never taught that way, and I did that for 40 years. Tickets were meant to reduce accidents. Bringing someone into court was meant to change their behavior, so to speak, to conform to the norms of society. And it's sad and it's unfortunate. I would love to say that Taney County Court would be able to answer all of our prayers, but they can't, simply because they don't have the personnel or the judges to do it. I really enjoy and have for some time, and I know Jeff has picked up this mantle a little bit. They're working with our hospital on a first offender marijuana issue, where you get some kid that comes in off the street, he goes in front of our judge, and hey, we're not going to give you a $100 fine. We may put that aside, we may get fined that, but we set that aside. You go to our treatment program, and we show you a better way in life, so to speak. It's difficult to get that at the county level. So that's all I have to say, and I don't mean to sway your vote in any way, shape, or form.
If I might, folks. This is 19 years that I've been doing this, and a lot of people have asked me. I have them come to my office. I'm lucky enough to come down here one day a week, 3 times a month, and I get to see people, the people that I don't usually get to see because of what my office practice is. And when I first agreed to do this, Joe Adams was the judge, and Joe told me, he said, "You're going to like doing this." And I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "You're going to like it." And I said, "I don't know anything about it." And he said, "You don't have to know." He said, "You'll like it." And I said, "Why?" And he said, "Because it's something you don't do every day." And what I've found out over doing this echoes what Stan just told you. I like to help people, and when somebody comes in front of me and I can help them because of the abilities and the powers that you guys have given to me and how this board has treated me over the last 19 years, I've never had a mayor or an alderman ever call me and ask me for a favor. I've never had a police officer come up and ever ask me for a favor. And what that's done is that has allowed me, I hope, to be able to help people, because when I see somebody at the Come and Go in Springfield and they come up behind me in the bathroom and tap me on the shoulder and say, "Hey, how you doing? You remember me?" It kind of scares you a little bit, but then they tell me, "Hey, I remember you had me in court. You did this or that." And that makes me feel good. And to me, if you can do that as a court, that's what courts are supposed to do. They're not supposed to stand, you're not supposed to have a judge that stands up there and says, "You get fined this, you go to jail that." Are there times when that needs to happen? Yes. But is that what you're supposed to do? No. And Stan's right. I can't sit here, and I'm not going to sit here and justify for you guys the dollars and cents, because first of all, if I did, you guys, I need to resign and you guys need to go find another judge, because that's not what a judge is supposed to do. A judge is not supposed to be worried about dollars and cents. And if you guys want to have a court, then I'm tickled to do it. I enjoy doing it. And if you don't want to have a court, that's okay too, but that's your decision. And from my standpoint, I like doing this. As long as you guys will have me, and I still am able to walk in there and look at people, no matter who they are, and look at them the same way, then I'll keep doing it. The day I can't is the day I need to hand my letter to Stan or whoever is in his position and say, "I don't need to do this anymore because I can't, I'm jaded." So that's where I would leave it with you folks.
Well,
Thank you, Judge.
if I may, Mayor, the county, and with all due respect to them, I mean, they do a fantastic job, but we all know how overworked and how overcrowded that system is. In fact, what was it, 2017, we got our own circuit. We became the 46th Circuit and split off from Christian County because it was so, the docket was so overcrowded over there. And so I think, you know, to the extent we can, we've got to continue to have our court system here for all the reasons you guys have listed. And just one other, Tom Miley is the gold standard of attorneys in this area, and we're blessed to have you. And I've enjoyed getting to know you and work with you over the years, so I appreciate you.
He's buttering you up.
Yeah, I thought you said you never got influenced by an alderman or a mayor.
Mr. Mayor, can I speak
Yes.
to a comment Cody made about the situation over there? That is one of the biggest concerns with this going over to county. From what I understand, just given the way the docketing is for the other municipal courts that have made that decision, is that they're basically getting essentially 1 day a month, the ones that are currently in operation. So again, what that does, to Stan's point, is it slows down justice. And as the prosecutor, I have grave concern about that, because again, time is of the essence. We developed this marijuana diversion program because we have a 30-day turnaround on tickets. If I get a first-time marijuana offender in court, my goal is to get that person basically in treatment as quickly as possible so that they're not out there reoffending. So again, that is a grave concern that is going to slow things down even more so than COVID already has.
And to speak to that, I can tell you that Hollister is going to, they don't have it yet, they are going to get 1 day a month. My understanding is that that's just for appearances. That's not trials. That's just appearances. And what I understood from them, and again, this is third party, their docket is in the hundreds when they go over there.
Wow.
Merriam Woods and Rockaway and Forsyth share basically a half day. So that's 1 day a month. If you were to go over there, they have to take you, but I would not want to tell you what you would get on a schedule, and I don't think they would either, and I don't think that would be fair, but that just gives you an idea of what they're looking at. Hollister, I believe, shut their court down in March or April. They're not even going to have a ticket processed or heard until June the 25th. So everything that happened in that time period, they're just going to continue to pile up. That's where, that's
And
their
Hollister's
first day.
still having to pay the county, right? There's actually still cost to the city.
Yes.
to pay the county for this service, correct?
No, they don't pay the county, but they have to pay their prosecutor. And
Sure, yeah.
it's not handled by the city's cost. What they're saving, my understanding would be the administrative costs and the cost of the judge. But this prosecution work still is handled privately. The county does not pick any of that up.
That's correct. You still have to pay for your prosecutor. And the other item of note is that even if someone is sentenced to jail on one of your tickets or summonses, you still have to pay their jail fees as well. That's not taken care of by the county. And one last item, and I know it's getting late. We have reached out to Hollister already about the hybrid option, and they are very interested, and I think the other municipalities will be as well because
Okay.
of speed up justice.
So for now, I think we have enough information to vote.
Let me just make one. Somebody who's designed judicial programs for years, Sentence to Read, Sentence to Learn, I appreciate what you're doing and the heart that you have in that, because it makes a difference. I've had kids come up here from Lake Village and Monticello thanking us for the work that we did. We taught them either how to read or write, or we took them and put them in elementary schools, the nonviolent offenders, so they could teach the kids, so they could pass their basic skills exam. And if they completed their training, the judge erased the information off their record, and they were paid for 2 years of college or 2 years of vocational training. So the direction that you're going with that is to be applauded.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now let's vote.
The motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, did you say item 13 and 14 were?
Yes, the next one would be the fee that the judge talked about, and that's where we're at.
Unless you want to hear further from me, I'm just
no.
going to be quiet.
Any other questions from the audience except for Bo?
Let me get this on the. Your Honor, this next item is the first reading bill number 5988, an ordinance amending section 30-31 and appendix A of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to court costs and fee schedule. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of bill number 5988.
Have a motion and a second. Anybody from the audience wishing to comment? Any members from the board wishing to comment? Hearing none, let's vote. Thank you, Judge Motley. Appreciate you very much.
Thank you for allowing me to appear. Thank you.
I'd like to talk about some of this stuff in the future if you do have time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 15.
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of bill number 5989, an ordinance amending the adopted 2021 budget for the city of Branson to adjust monies for additional expenses in the Water Sewer Internal Service Fund. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of bill number 5989.
Motion second. We have staff report from Jamie Roush.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. This is a budget amendment for lift station pumps. In August 25th of 2020, we did a budget adjustment due to the cancellation from COVID for capital. They had it in their capital budget. We did do a budget adjustment for in the amount of the $49,826. 32,000 of that was for this pump that we're asking for a budget amendment tonight. It's actually going to be 42,000, so we're asking for an additional $10,446 to complete the repairs of this lift station. And we recommend approval.
Any questions from the five of you? Any questions from the board?
Just want to know if this is going to fix the problem.
Well, I believe that they said that to replace it outright was more than $80,000, and they believed that the repair would hold for a little while, so it was much cheaper to repair it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments from the board? Let's vote.
The motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. Item 16.
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 5990, an ordinance amending the adopted 2021 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies for additional expenses in the Water Sewer Capital Fund. Floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 5990.
Motion and a second, and a staff report from Jamie.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. This is another budget amendment, and this was started back in the 2019 capital budget. We did a budget amendment at that time for about $260,000 for the Dewey Bald area water system. We spent about $238,000, and then we rolled the rest for 2020, and then the capital, of course, got canceled for COVID. So the contract ended up expiring with Algar Martin, and we need about $25,000. I'll give you the exact number, $25,842 to finish up that project. And that contract amendment will be coming to you at a later date, and probably in the next board meeting. But we are asking for a budget amendment to help finish that out.
So Jamie, on these budget amendments that we're doing, do I understand this correctly? We froze all capital expenditures due to COVID.
We actually canceled the
Canceled.
2020 capital budget. Yes, sir.
So we put in a $0 amount into capital improvements. And what we're doing now is, I think what we anticipated is, you can say you're not going to spend any money in capital, but there's going to be repairs. So that's what we're doing, is we're paying for the repairs that we didn't budget for because we couldn't budget for them.
The necessary ones, yes, sir. So this last budget amendment that we did came from the internal service fund that we had kind of put money away for. So this one is actually coming from the capital funds, the capital funds reserve that has built up over time. So we do have money in the reserve. So it's not coming out of operations, which is a good deal for that. So remember, after about July, after the audit is released in June, we're gonna reassess in July the financials for 2021 and hopefully be able to bring back more options for you for capital for the entire city. That's what our hopes are. We just are unsure of that yet. But for now, when these items come up and they need the repairs, that's what we're doing as of right now.
Thank you. Any comments from the gallery? Any comments from the board? Hearing none, let's vote.
The motion carried 6-0.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
after all this sewer talk, I'd like a few minutes to go to make sure the bathroom's flushed properly over here.
I second that.
We're going to take an 8 Call the meeting back to order. Jamie is pleased to report our water and sewer fund is going to good use.
Doing great.
Madam Clerk, I think we're on 17.
Yes, Your Honor. This is the first reading of Bill Number 5991, an ordinance amending the adopted 2021 budget for the City of Branson to adjust monies for additional expenses in the Public Safety Police Fund and for police communication software. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 5991.
We have a motion and a second, and a staff report from Jamie Roush.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. This is a budget amendment to the Public Safety Fund in the amount of $27,000. This will account for the dispatch equipment and installation, and I should just note on this, this is the MOSHWIN, which is a network communication, which will allow them to connect in all of the surrounding networks. So it's really good 911 operations, but this budget amendment goes to radio phone for the installation and the additional dispatch equipment to make this happen. So we are, again, it is the $27,000, the Public Safety Fund, and it will come out of their reserve. So staff recommends approval of this bill.
And this is the equipment to tie us with Taney and Hollister, is that correct, Stan?
This software and equipment upgrade will allow us to move forward with our MOSHWIN's connection.
Thank you. Any comments from the audience? Any from the aldermen? Hearing none, let's vote.
Oh, wow. It passed 6-0. That was the fastest I think we've done it.
Well, we anticipated.
Come on, chop, chop.
Chop, chop.
Item 18.
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading Bill Number 5992, an ordinance approving the contract with Missouri State University for professional services related to the administration of the Community Development Block Grant for the Compton Drive Wastewater Treatment Plant Project and authorize the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 5992.
First and second, and staff report from Jamie Roush.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. This is a contract with SIMCOG, which is Southwest Missouri Council of Governments through MSU, and basically for the administrative consultant piece of the grant. So this one will be for the wastewater treatment plant. They are paid through the administrative fee from the grant, and then the next one coming will be for Elevate Branson as well. But it is for administrative consultants. They do civil right compliances, they do compliance and tie the state in between the city and help keep track of everything and organize it.
How much is the grant?
Well, this grant's $2.7 million. It's a piece of the grant that we just brought before you
For the
for
1.9.
approval, and then the next one will be the 1.9.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the alderman?
Quick one. Could you explain the involvement of MSU?
Sure, MSU is basically the owner of, I'm trying to figure out how to put it, of Southwest Missouri Council of Government. They're an entity, yeah. So MSU has to approve all of their contracts and stuff like that, but they work as, how would you say it, Bill?
Well, when I was in Arkansas, I was assistant director for two of these. In Missouri, they're called Council of Governments. They're housed physically under there for their payroll, their personnel
Right.
policies and procedures.
So they're kind of like a sub-entity.
Right, so we have to have that in place
We do.
to do these grants.
Their
Yes.
board, Jeff, are the presiding commissioners of the 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 counties, so it's a political subdivision. But everything's run, to answer what she was saying, their contracts and stuff have to be run through Missouri State.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I've been schooled.
Any other questions?
Cost you ribs.
I paid in full. You ready? Let's vote.
Yes, you did.
Motion carries 6-0.
Item 20.
Your Honor, the 19? Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 5993, an ordinance approving the contract with Missouri State University for professional services related to the administration of the Community Development Block Grant for the Elevate Branson Tiny Homes Project, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of bill number 5993.
We have a motion and a second, and a staff report from Jamie.
Again, this is the Southwest Missouri Council of Governments contract, and this is for the Elevate Branson grant that we just brought before you in the amount of $1,940,000. So they're going to act as a consultant, administrative, and the administrative fees are paid through the grant.
Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the alderman?
It's just a simple statement. They're put in there because they were authorized by the Economic Development Act of 1964 to provide good advice and consent to the political subdivisions. It keeps these people out of trouble and make sure that their books are all done properly and they dot their I's and cross their T's. That's what SIMCOG's for.
And there are separate audits that go along with all this federal and grant money, and so we have to make sure that everything is accounted for separately, so,
They watch
yes.
them like a hawk.
Mhm.
Any other comments or questions from the alderman? Let's vote.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
And quickly. Okay, now let's try item 20.
Your Honor, the next item is first reading of bill number 5994, an ordinance approving the amendment of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Alcohol and Drug Abuse Preventive Team, ADAPT, Branson Public Schools, and the Branson Police Department to conduct alcohol compliance checks at businesses and prevention functions, and authorize the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of bill number 5994.
We have a motion and a second, and a staff report from Jeff Matthews.
Mayor and members of the board, as she said, this is a memorandum of understanding between the Alcohol and Drug Prevention Team, Branson Schools, and the Police Department. This MOU provides the ability for us, the Police Department, to conduct underage drinking operations to make sure that we have no underage alcohol purchases. The amendment tonight provides the opportunity for us to collect, to be paid through this program to do other prevention efforts, such as the drug take back twice a year. We just collected 654 pounds of, drugs on that one. So that's what this is for, and we recommend approval.
Very nice. Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the alderman?
Just a suggestion, Chief, you might start at paddle wheel with your undercover sting. Just simple suggestion.
I want you to know we have a perfect record and proud of it. Any other sarcastic comments from the alderman? Sensing none, let's vote.
The motion carries 6-0.
Item 21, please.
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of bill number 5995, an ordinance approving the contract with the Missouri Department of Conservation for a mutual aid agreement and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of bill number 5995.
We have a motion and a second, and a staff report from Ted Martin.
The closure is here, I believe. So, the fire department desires to renew a mutual aid agreement with the Missouri Department of Conservation to provide fire suppression for MDC lands and structures within the jurisdiction of the city of Branson. This agreement provides access to guidelines for, or also provides access to guidelines for requesting the use of federal excess personal property and Department of Defense firefighter property. Examples received by our fire department includes vehicles, firefighting equipment, medical equipment provided to the city at no cost over the years. This agreement also provides for the use of also requires the use of the National Incident Management System and outlines for reporting wildfires through the MDC online wildfire reporting system. Staff recommends, and be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Ted. Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the alderman?
Just a simple question. This has been pretty smooth in the past, what I understand, Ted. Would you say that would be a fair statement?
Yes, mutual aid goes both ways, so they're willing to help us. We help them out quite a bit. You know, we have a state park in the city limits of Branson, about 1,500 acres of Henning, plus being able to acquire equipment through the surplus facility in Lebanon, and that's been a big help to us over the years. Things like as simple as rakes and shovels for wildland firefighting to a pickup truck we used for a while for around the city, our tow vehicle for the, which is a semi-tractor for the training trailer that we have. So it's been a huge blessing to us budget-wise.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the Alderman? Let's vote.
Motion carries 6-0.
Item 23, please.
Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 5996, an ordinance accepting the proposal of Leo M. Ellebrock Company for purchase of firefighting bunker gear and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 5996.
We have a motion and a second. And a staff report from Ted Martin.
The fire department desires to use a piggyback contract with another fire jurisdiction to purchase bunker gear. We usually replace about a third of our gear per year. This year will be a total cost of $29,000 to purchase 12 sets of bunker gear. The staff recommends. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you again. Hearing no questions from the audience, any questions from the Alderman?
Just real quick, Ted, this is one of those that we benefit because of the public safety initiative that allows us to do things like this.
Part of our funding for the fire department, yes.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Let's vote.
Excuse me.
Motion carries 6-0. Your Honor, the next item is the first reading of Bill Number 5997, an ordinance accepting the proposal of Sentinel Emergency Solutions for a breathing air compressor, cascade system, and SCBA fill station, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract. The floor is open for a motion to approve the first reading of Bill Number 5997.
We have a first and second, a staff report from Chief Martin.
In 2019, the fire department applied for a FEMA Fire Act grant to replace our self-contained breathing apparatus. That's a complete harness and tanks and a face piece you'll see the staff wear. Those came to end of life, including our compressor, cascade, and containment system was included in that grant. This grant was awarded in December of 2019 for the SCBA units only in the amount of $330,000, of which we paid 5% of that. The fire department requested and was approved in the 2020 capital budget to complete the project, allocating $75,000 to replace a dated compressor, cascade, and containment system. Budget adjustments due to COVID stopped the capital projects in 2020, and thus the project was not completed. The fire department desires to replace this system as it's dated, unreliable, and getting more and more difficult to obtain parts for and service. This NFPA and OSHA compliant system is designed to safely refill our air bottles used by the firefighters when SCBA units are required to be used for safe breathing air. Two qualified bids were received on February 24 for the installation of a new breathing air compressor, cascade, and fill station. The first bidder was Banner Fire Equipment in the amount of $65,272. The second was Sentinel Emergency Solutions for $54,200. And staff recommends we go to the lowest bidder that meets the specifications, which is Sentinel, in the do not exceed amount of $55,000. Staff recommends, and we'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Ted. Any questions from the audience? Any questions from the Alderman?
I got a quick one.
Sure.
So the old one, compressor, is that, even though it's end of life for us, is it something that has some value if it was rebuilt for private enterprise?
We have written the current system up as a surplus piece of equipment that was approved by the board in your list at a previous meeting as for to be able to sell, and that will be turned in for a trade-in value of pennies on the dollar.
Yeah.
So it is a trade-in item for this project.
But as expensive as those are, someone will probably take that rebuild.
They may rehab it, try to do something with it.
Yeah.
I believe we're getting around $1,200 for it, I
Right.
believe.
Okay,
It's 20-plus years old.
thanks.
Any other questions from the board? Let's vote.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you, Ted.
Your Honor, the next item is appointments. This appointment process is in accordance with the board and committee appointments procedure for Category 1, which are appointments made by the mayor with the approval of the Board of Aldermen. Mayor, would you please announce your slate of appointments to be voted on?
My nominations for the Advisory Park Board is Clark Harris, Julie Wilson, and Marshall Howden.
We go ahead with the other one.
Oh, and my appointments for Planning Commission with the terms expiring April 2025 is Greg Richards, Ralph LeBlanc, Kathy Stepp.
The board will be voting on a slate of appointments. Are there any aldermen requesting an appointment be pulled from the slate to be voted on individually? The floor is open for, from, anybody want to pull a name off separate? We're going to vote on them all together. It's your choice. So
We're looking for a motion and a second.
if there's nobody that wants to pull anything off, we're going to run a motion, a second to approve all in one vote.
Having a motion and a second, is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's vote.
The motion carried 4-2. Alderman Denham voted yes. Alderman Skanes voted yes. Alderman Cooper voted yes. Alderman Fenton voted yes. Alderman Whitus voted no. And Alderman C voted no. And for the record, the Planning Commission appointments will become effective immediately because they expire April 2025, so they go from April to April. The Advisory Park Board appointments will become effective June 1st because their terms start then, and that was read in the record. But I just want to clarify that's how those two appointments differ. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for your willingness to serve.
Your Honor, the next item is appointments for, in accordance with the board and committee appointment procedure for Category 2, which are appointments which are made by the governing body. The board will be voting on the following applicants, and the applicants receiving the most votes will be appointed to the Board of Adjustments with a term expiring 2026. The floor is open for a motion to vote by ballot on the following applicants for the Board of Adjustments. We've had applicants from James M. Babcock, Don Hahn, Scott Thurkel, and Gary Groman. Open that motion up to vote by ballot.
And we're voting for one, is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Do we just pull off page 25 and just give it to her?
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you.
So we're just voting for one.
One, to fold it in half
You don't get them.
and hand it back
Yes,
to
just
Lisa.
one.
Thank you, ma'am.
Alderman Denon voted for Scott Thurkel. Alderman Skanes voted for James Babcock. Alderman Cooper voted for Gary Groman. Alderman Fenton, voted for James Babcock. Alderman Whitus voted for James Babcock. And Alderman C voted for James Babcock. So we have 4 votes for James Babcock. So he will be appointed to that Board of Adjustments. So there were no applications received for the Board of Adjustment alternate position, with the term expiring April 2025. So we have a remaining 3 applicants, and if it's the board's desire, we could choose from those 3 remaining to fill that alternate position. So I have a floor open for a motion to move ahead with that. If that's will work for a motion to revote, we'll go ahead and vote on the ones that are left.
So if the board desires to vote for an alternate out of the remaining 3, we need a motion for that.
Yes.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? The board will be voting by ballot to fill the Board of Adjustment alternate position, and the city clerk will read the results. That's why you don't turn in page 25.
So I removed James Babcock off your list, so I'm sorry. Not knowing who that was going to be.
Mr. Babcock.
Mr. Babcock. Alderman Denham voted for Scott Thurkel. Alderman Skanes voted for Gary Groman. Alderman Cooper voted for Gary Groman. Alderman Fenton voted for Scott Thurkel. Alderman Whitus voted for Scott Thurkel. And Alderman C voted for Scott Thurkel. So our alternate will be Scott Thurkel for the Board of Adjustments.
Excuse me again.
Your Honor, the next appointments, due to the way that Section 2-20A Administrative Supervisor Committees of the Branson Municipal Code is written, there is not an established number of positions on the Finance Committee or Human Resources Committee for citizens. The code states the mayor and the board may appoint citizens to serve on each of these committees. The mayor and board will need to determine the number of positions they would like to have on these committees, and once that's determined, then we can vote on the applicants. The mayor is recommending 3 positions to be filled on both of the Finance and 3 on the Human Resources Committee, but I would need a motion to know what that number would be.
Clarification, for Human Resources, I only saw 1 application.
That's correct. So if you so desire to do more, we would open that back up, which is what we'll do for any openings that we have not received. So if you choose 3, we'll open up for the additional 2 positions.
Okay, thanks.
Just a point of question, I was going to make a recommendation for 4 positions on the Finance Committee and then stick with what we had on Human Resources. How do we resolve these issues?
So there's a motion there. I move to fill blank positions on the Finance Committee and blank positions on the Human Resources Committee. Somebody wants to make that motion with the numbers.
I'd make the motion to fill 4 positions on Finance Committee and 2 positions on Human Resources Committee.
I have a motion on the floor. I need, that would be
4 and 2.
Thank you. I need a second. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
So to clarify, the motion on the floor is to fill 4 positions for the Finance Committee and 2 positions for the Human Resources Committee. So that's where we're at voting.
So I have a question. In that number 2, are you including Casaboom on the HR?
So if you do that, then you'll vote on Casaboom. That would be one of 2.
Only one other.
And then we would have to open it up for the other position. Is that
Yeah.
You okay with that?
Well, I'd like to see 3, including Casaboom, so 2 extra on HR.
I don't know how many.
So then vote this one down and make a motion for 4 and 3.
there's currently 2 on that committee, on HR. I mean, I'm not swaying, but that's,
Of the motion that he made.
yeah. Are we ready?
So, Madam Clerk, we will provide a roll call vote.
That's correct. So the reason we're doing roll call vote is so the mayor does get to vote on this one, so we're gonna roll call
And I'm
it.
not up on the screen.
That's correct. That would be you have caught my complex situation, so sorry.
So what we're voting on is a motion to fill 4 positions on finance and 2 positions on human resources.
Correct.
If you want different numbers in there, this would be voted down, and then there would be a new motion with different numbers. So, you have a question?
No, you answered it.
Well, let me ask a question, just point of, can I amend that motion to accommodate Jeff's recommendation?
Just vote it down, it'd be easier.
Whatever,
Let's go to vote, like you said.
Yeah.
It's gonna be simpler just to vote it down.
Roll call vote.
Danum,
No.
Gaines,
No.
Cooper,
No.
Milton,
Nope.
Benton,
No.
Whitus,
No.
He doesn't know.
C.
No.
All right, that's failed. Let's try again.
Mayor, I move to fill 4 positions on the Finance Committee and 3 positions on the Human Resources Committee.
Motion and a second? We have a
Somebody
motion.
wants to verbally do a second on that. I've got,
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm sorry that I can put it up, but.
If you make it by then.
Gaines and a
Need a
second.
second on this? Somebody, anybody?
system.
Is it gonna die from lack of second?
We're just waiting.
The-
The
Some-
machine's not working.
Somebody just verbally.
Second.
I was not.
Thank you. So we have a motion and second.
Okay, motion and second. Any discussion? What we're voting for now is to fill 4 positions on finance and 3 positions on human resources. Is there any
correct.
discussion? Madam Clerk, will you call roll call vote, please?
Denham,
Yes.
Gaines,
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Milton,
Yes.
Benton,
Yes.
Whitus,
Yes.
C.
Yes.
It passes 6-0, thank you. The next is, this is the actual appointment of the applications. This appointment process in accordance with the board and committee appointment procedure for Category 3, which appointments made by the mayor and the Board of Aldermen. The mayor and the board will be voting on the following applicants. There'll be 4 applicants receiving the most votes for the Finance Committee and 3 applicants receiving the most votes for the Human Resources Committee will be appointed with terms expiring April 2022. Motion is open. I have a motion and a second. For the Finance Committee, the applicants that we received were Samuel Verdnig, Michael Pinkley, Bo DeYager, Pamela Yancey, Jansen Crane, Rod Romine, Scott Thurkel, and Gerald Buckley. And on Human Resources Committee, Brian Casaboom.
Where do we find the other?
This is gonna have to open that back up, and I was.
So to be clear, on HR, we're,
We'll open that back up and ask for applications again.
right.
Okay.
For two, yes.
Yeah, for two.
And they'll come back to you. So however many we have, they'll come back again for.
So we will not be voting for Brian and then
Yes.
opening up for one.
We will have Brian on here. You have a choice to go ahead and vote for him and fill the one position, or you don't have to.
And then at a later date, as we get more applicants?
Then we'll open it back up, and then if we
Okay.
get more applications, we'll open it up for the rest.
Okay.
Whatever.
How does the board feel? You want to vote for Brian now and open up one? Okay.
I think she's got it on here already.
That sounds right.
I got you.
So Brian,
Yeah.
if you don't vote for Brian, then you.
If you don't vote for him, he's not going to apply.
That's the story behind that. Okay, so 4 on finance, and the top 4 names. So the top 4 people on finance will serve. And should we get a major title redo, whatever we have. left
Thumb
over.
wrestle?
Yeah, we'll arm wrestle, something like that.
Did we say we are voting?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
If you want to serve, yes.
I know.
So the votes for the Finance Committee for Alderman Denham, sorry. Bo DeYager, Pamela Yancey, Scott Thurkel, Gerald Buckley, and Human Resources is Brian Casaboom. Alderman Skanes, Michael Pinkley, Pamela Yancey, Rod Romine, Gerald Buckley, and for Human Resources, Brian Casaboom. Alderman Cooper, Michael Pinkley, Boji DeYager, Pamela Yancey, Gerald Buckley, and for Human Resources, Brian Casaboom. Mayor Milton, Michael Pinkley, Pamela Yancey, Rod Romine, Gerald Buckley, and for Human Resources, Brian Casaboom. Alderman Fenton, Michael Pinkley, Pamela Yancey, Rod Romine, Scott Thurkel, and Human Resources, Brian Casaboom. Alderman Whitus, Michael Pinkley, Pamela Yancey, Rod Romine, Scott Thurkel, Human Resources, Brian Casaboom. Alderman C, Michael Pinkley, Pamela Yancey, Rod Romine, Scott Thurkel, and HR, Brian Casaboom. Michael Pinkley received 6 votes. Bo DeYager received 2. Pamela Yancey received 7. Rod Romine received 5. Scott Thurkel received 4, Gerald Buckley received 4, and Brian Casaboon received 7. So a top vote is 7, Pamela Yancey, Michael Pinkley 6, Rod Romine 5, and we have Scott Thurkel and Gerald Buckley with 4 each. So we now get to vote for those 2.
So we do 4, we're gonna vote the same 4, we'll have top 4. Nobody wants to be here all night, so we'll vote for the other one, and all 4 will do that, and we'll have a 4-4 tie.
To the dice.
I circled them.
And now again, I thought it was good. Sorry to make you guys wait so long.
Vote for the
For what?
bottom 2.
Eat. We gotta do this stuff electronically.
Yeah.
It'd be nice, but there's so many variations.
Or my paper airplane. Oh, I guess she'll pick me up.
Alderman Denham, Gerald Buckley, Alderman Skanes, Gerald Buckley, Alderman Cooper, Gerald Buckley, Alderman, Mayor Milton, Gerald Buckley, Alderman Fenton, Scott Thurkel, Alderman Whitus, Scott Thurkels, Alderman C, Scott Thurkel. We have 3 for Scott Thurkel and 4 for Gerald Buckley. So Gerald Buckley would be the 4th person to serve on the Finance Committee. Thank you.
Tiebreaker, you did it.
So we're on item number 27 for the appointment for the Highway 76 Entertainment CID. And this is for Category 5 appointments made by the mayor with your approval by the Board of Aldermen. Mayor, please announce your slate of appointments.
For the appointments for the 76 Entertainment CID Board with terms expiring March 2022, Larry Milton as the city director to fill the expired term of Ed Akers, Bill Skanes as the city director to fill the unexpired term of Bob Simmons.
And these are till March 2022, so they're unexpired terms, so they're just filled till then, and then we'll go back through that appointment process. The board will be voting on the slate of appointments. Are there any aldermen requesting an appointment to be pulled from the slate to be voted on individually? If not, the floor is open for a motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? No discussion, please vote.
This comes a pay raise in this, right?
You bet.
That appointment carried 6-0. Thank you.
$10.
We're on to reports. Yes? Alderman Denham would start us off with reports, please.
Sure. It's been exciting and a fruitful couple of weeks. I was appointed to and attended the Finance Committee meeting on April 29th and Planning and Zoning Commission meeting on May 4th. I attended the Ozark Mountain Prayer Breakfast on May 6th. It was great to see so many in attendance. Our country and local, state, national leaders were prayed for. Youth organizations attended and led in prayer. The guest speaker, Taz Sada, is a converted Muslim, now a Christian, and he gave quite an interesting testimony. And there was great music and encouragement. Ward 3 will hold a town hall meeting to discuss the proposed animal ordinance. Mayor Milton, myself, and Alderman Whitus will host the meeting on Thursday, May 20th at Skyline Baptist Church, located at 949 Highway 165. Taney County Planning and Zoning has officially adopted a traditional zoning code and zoning maps. The documents can be found on their website. And I just wanted to shout out a congratulations to them. That's really good. And I requested a copy of their zoning map is not one large zoning map. It is many maps. So I requested a copy of what the what their zoning is on City of Branson, at the City of Branson property lines. And the post-traumatic stress disorder bill was one of the priority pieces of legislation presented to Representative Brian Seitz of the 156th District by the City of Branson. Representative Seitz is a true leader who stands for the good of his constituents. Literally, knowing he was not on the list, he chose to stand for 5 hours at his microphone, waiting to be heard on an amendment he was offering to a bill. No restroom break, no dinner, no chair. His standalone HB 1249, which would recognize PTSD as an occupational disease for work comp purposes when diagnosed for first responders, wasn't going to make it through both chambers in time to be signed by the governor, so it was attached as an amendment to a bill that could possibly make it in time. Because Representative Seitz remained determined and refused to sit down, his amendment was heard as the last of the night, and it resoundingly passed with bipartisan votes. The underlying bill it is attached to will now go to a joint House-Senate Conference Committee for finalization, with an extremely good chance of it going back to the Senate for final passage. This PTSD measure never passed the House in any form until Representative Seitz refused to sit down, and now I guess we know why his MO is Superman. So kudos to Representative Seitz.
Alderman Gaines?
No reports, Mr. Mayor.
I had my first chamber board meeting. That was awesome. I don't know if anybody saw that the chamber had a wrap on a NASCAR on one of the cars at the Kansas City. That was pretty cool, and they got that for a really good price. It was the exposure and the advertisement that they got out of that was incredible. ExploreBranson.com all over the car, City of Branson. So I thought that was really cool and out of the box thinking for marketing. I was glad to see that, and I'm excited to be on the board, and I feel like the chamber is really doing all they can to unite the theaters and get everybody on the same page and move forward in advertisement for the theater district, and I'm very excited about that. Also, I just booked Terry Bradshaw to our theater coming up this August, which I'm very excited about. Oh, no, I'm not plugging. I'm just, hey, the exposure for Branson out of this is going to be incredible.
You can call 555.
HBO is coming to film a documentary at our theater on Terry Bradshaw.
And what theater is that?
I'm not allowed to mention the theater name. But no, I mean, not just for us, but that will bring people to Branson that might not ever think about coming to Branson. So I'm just...
Right, call BR 549.
That's it. I'm really fired up about that. And also, Alderman Gaines and I had discussed with Chief about doing our town hall on May 22nd, Saturday morning. I haven't, we just talked about that. Would that work with everybody, Stan, or?
You tell us the date.
Well,
we'll be there.
We was going to do it at the theater, at my theater at 10:30 a.m. on the 22nd. So if we can, whatever I can do to help get that out on social media from my standpoint, we can do that too. And I feel like
I'll wake Melody up and tell her on the way by.
Okay, all right. So if that's cool, we'll do the 10:30 at my theater on the 22nd. That's all I have.
Me?
So, yeah, Jeff and I are apparently behind the 8 ball on this one. We're looking at a week in June. We got several dates we're kicking around, but we're looking at Ward 2 taking place sometime in June, most likely. I as well attended the prayer breakfast, and it really was a good event. Very inspiring story and testimony there given. As always, I just want to thank staff and the police department and everybody that presented tonight and is here with us tonight, all the citizens who showed up to speak. Again, I've said this every time now, and I truly mean this. I appreciate it. I know these are things we're very passionate about and mean a lot to us, and I take it very serious, and it means a lot to me that you take the time out of your day to show up and speak. So I'm not talking to many people in the room, but to those of you that stuck around, kudos to you, right? So thank you. That's all I got.
Like Alderman Cooper, I could plug some new stores that open at Tanger, but I digress. So I will also say that Ward 3, Alderman Denham and myself set our meeting ahead of all of you other wards. So ours was already set. Looking forward to that. And also, Mr. Mayor, I just want to let you know, I agree with your appointments. I was confused to the late hour when Joel was doing his presentation earlier. I thought there was a vacancy, so I thought there were supposed to be 4 positions on the Planning Commission, but we're past it, so thank you.
Okay. Alderman C.
No, Cody took all my materials, so I got nothing.
Okay, well, I need to announce Paddlewell's having happy hour. Just kidding. This is all recorded, right? Yeah. I was honored to be able to speak at the prayer breakfast. That was a great inspirational gathering. I appreciate Clay Cooper for giving on his Alderman report, giving an update on the CVB, and I would encourage the other Aldermen on the other committees that you're on, if you would use the report time to brief all the Aldermen of what you've learned or observed or comments on those meetings. I am tickled pink. Governor Parsons today announced June 12th will be the end of the federal unemployment. I can tell you the city, the chamber, Jonas, a lot of us, Paul Bluto and Tom Forrester, several have been working on this. So we had a meeting with the governor's office on Monday, and the governor announced this today, so we probably had something to do with it. Maybe.
Remember the president also released something today at the White House. Pushed him a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and the White House might have influenced them, in addition to our meeting. From a personal note, the message I've heard from the community when I was out campaigning was their strong desire for our parks. And so I'm going to be working with the different departments and with Stan and Cindy. And my intention is I'd love to see us redirect some money into our Parks Department. And with that, oh, Stan, did I take cuts? I did take cuts.
It's all right.
I can go over again after, I'll let you go, then I'll go again.
All I really wanted to say was to highlight the governor and the unemployment issue that we really worked hard on. I mean, I spoke with MML, and MML happened to be having a meeting that evening with the governor, and they said they would bring that message forth. And it really was nice to hear them say that we are concerned about Branson because we understand your economy.
Yeah. Thank you, Stan. So I get to go again? No. Okay, we have one more agenda item, and that is to adjourn. I have a motion. Motion second to adjourn. Any discussion? Let's vote.
Yay.
Everybody vote?
Motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Put the lime in the coconut to drink 'em